spare you. Help us let you live. Both Odin and Baldur share the same fatal flaw, that inability to change. Both God of War 4 and Ragnarok are stories about characters changing, trying to be better, making better choices. It's exactly because he learns to make better choices that Kratos is able to survive Ragnarok in spite of his prophesied death. And it's exactly because of their inability to make better choices that both Baldur and Odin are ultimately destroyed. Baldur is easily my favorite villain in the God of War series, because by the end of the game, he is so sympathetic and so human, but also so hopeless. At the end, I don't want Kratos to have to kill this guy, but I also don't see any other choice. He was given so many chances, so many opportunities, but he willingly and purposely refuses each of them. He can blame his mother for making him this way, for ruining his life, but the truth is that he chose to be this person, to be who he is. He chose anger, he chose hate, he chose revenge. In the end, he ruined his own life. He cared more about getting revenge than getting his life back. He didn't get to choose whether to be cursed by his mother's spell, but he did get to choose how he lived his life afterwards. And he lived it violently, corrosively, destroying everything around him. And in the end, he destroyed himself too. Of all of Odin's tragic sons, I think Baldur is the most pitiable. Thor ultimately did try to be a better man. Heimdall never cared enough to even realize he had a choice. But Baldur saw the choice, understood it, and still chose self-destruction. He made that choice like 5 times in a row. He's all the more sympathetic because we can see so much of Kratos in him. If Kratos, who killed so many innocents in his own past, who was so lost to his own anger, could eventually learn to be better when given the chance, then surely so could Baldur. But Baldur is incapable of making that
Whack.
choice, and so he ultimately has to be put down like a rabid dog for the safety of everyone around him. I think the new Valhalla epilogue has 2 distinct purposes. The first is to force Kratos' character to face the sins, mistakes, and wrongdoings of his past that have been overlooked by the story so far. There were 6 games in the series prior to the Norse duology, 6 games of violence and bloodshed and carnage. The point of these new scenes in Valhalla is to take a thoughtful and serious look at his past actions and ask questions like, what does the new Kratos have to say about these? After all the growth he's gone through, how does he feel about them now? Which of these were
I
justified
think
and which
the
were
random
not? Which are more
text speed is
complicated than they
actually
first appear on the surface? Is there anything Kratos has done in
affecting
his
things.
past which is truly unforgivable? So terrible
There's no
that he
way the
should be
seasons are going
barred
this
from a
fast.
position of authority in the Norse pantheon, which is, of course, the catalyst of this epilogue. Freya has offered Kratos a position in the new Norse
Set
pantheon.
it back to
She has
default, it
offered
really
him
doesn't
his old
matter.
role of God of
For
War.
me,
This is a big deal. Kratos was only the official God of War in Greece for a very short time, and it did not end well. He has been a rogue god ever since. Freya is offering him an official position of authority, command, leadership, and power. He will decide the rules of war in Midgard and beyond. He will rule over mortals. However, Kratos does not believe himself worthy of that position yet. Despite all his growth, all the good he has accomplished so far, he still thinks those past failures are too terrible to allow him to accept such an offer. The second purpose of this epilogue is to recontextualize Kratos' past, to change the rhetoric surrounding it, to not only change how Kratos the character feels about it, but I think the writers actually want to change how we, audiences, talk about his past. The way people usually describe Kratos' story goes a little something like this. As a young man violent and short-tempered. He accidentally killed his own family, purposefully killed off most of the Greek pantheon, and incidentally killed a lot of innocent people along the way. He was a monster. But then he left that life behind, became a father again. He tried to be a better man for the sake of his son. Through self-reflection, hard work, discipline, and making more thoughtful choices, Kratos became a force for good in the world. In Valhalla, the writers don't want to literally rewrite that story, they want to complicate it, which is what good fiction does. Good fiction doesn't tell stories about black and white, villains and heroes. Good fiction tells stories about complicated people making complicated choices in complicated situations. The writers want to take a serious look at Kratos' past and say, hey, maybe this isn't as simple as people describe it as. Maybe his story is a lot more complicated than we're giving it credit for. The main story of Valhalla focuses on 4 events in Kratos' past: the Chamber of Sacrifice, his choice to pledge himself to Ares, the death of Helios, and the opening of Pandora's box. I know that Valhalla does examine a couple other events in his life too, and there's some stuff going on with Mimir as well, but I'm going to save a discussion of those for a shorter follow-up video. For now, I'm going to focus on just those 4 events, because those were the ones the writers themselves wanted to bring attention to. So let's begin with the Chamber of Sacrifice. Okay, so way back in the original God of War on the PlayStation 2, during Kratos' quest to destroy Ares, the Greek god of war, he journeyed to Pandora's temple, which protected Pandora's box, which supposedly contained the power to kill a god. Pandora's temple was a giant labyrinth dungeon strapped to the back of a titan, full of traps and puzzles and challenges and monsters. Very Zelda-ish, super cool. It's still probably my favorite location in the entire series. Someday I'm going to do a full retrospective on the original God of War, because it's still a really good game that I think a lot of newer fans of the series missed out on, but moving on. One of the rooms within Pandora's temple was called the Chamber of Sacrifice. An innocent Athenian soldier is locked in a cage here, and he asks Kratos to free him. But Kratos does not do that. Instead, he says, "Your gods demand sacrifice." And then you have to push the cage up this incline while fighting monsters and stopping the cage from falling backwards, and it's kind of a pain in the butt, to be honest. And the entire time, the soldier is begging for his life, saying, "Please don't do this. Please don't kill me. Please let me go." But Kratos does not let him go. He pushes the cage all the way to the end of the corridor, where the soldier is burned alive. Kratos doesn't react to this death in any way whatsoever, just doesn't seem to care at all. In hindsight, it was a pretty horrific moment, so horrific that Sony actually altered this sequence in the European release. If you played God of War in Europe, when you reached the Chamber of Sacrifice, you just burned an undead zombie instead of an innocent living man. This moment is also representative of the often callous and brutal violence of the original trilogy. This is just one of many examples in which Kratos casually murdered an innocent to further his own quest for revenge. In Valhalla, Kratos is confronted with the Chamber of Sacrifice again, and I want to watch a little of that scene together. And as you watch this scene, I want you to think about it. Ask yourself, does Kratos' reaction demonstrate growth? Does he show us how he has changed with his new choice? Okay, here it is.
You're really just going to incinerate me and see what happens? I swear you haven't changed one sign. What am I doing in here?
So the answer is no. Kratos does not demonstrate any growth here at all. When presented with an old problem, he makes the exact same choice now as he did back then. Once again, he chooses to brutally sacrifice the life of another to further his own path. Now, in Kratos' defense, this obviously is not the real Helios. You know because Helios is already dead. This is merely a product of Kratos' memory mixed with the magic of Valhalla. He's not actually sacrificing a real living and breathing sentient creature, and he knows it. I do think that if this was the real world, and that was a real person in that cage, Kratos would be much more hesitant to pull the lever. With that said, it's still surprising to me how quickly he resorts to callous and casual violence again. Then the writers do something really smart. At the last moment, they replace Helios, someone we don't really care about and probably dislike, with Mimir, someone that both Kratos and we care very deeply about. The purpose of this switcheroo is to give both Kratos and the audience the experience of losing someone we care about to this kind of casual and thoughtless violence. The point is that the Athenian soldier back in the original God of War was someone else's Mimir. He was someone's son, someone's father, someone's friend. Someone called him brother too. As much as we love Mimir and as devastated as we would be if he was killed here, especially if he was murdered as thoughtlessly as Kratos killed that soldier, someone else was just as devastated by that soldier's death. And that goes for every single innocent person whose life Kratos casually threw away during his quest for vengeance. They all had someone who cared about them. It's not just about the people Kratos killed, it's about the families he destroyed, the trauma he inflicted on entire communities. In a small way, Valhalla gives Kratos the experience of that trauma when it tricks him into placing someone he cares about into the Chamber of Sacrifice. The next time Kratos reaches Valhalla's recreation of the Chamber of Sacrifice, Kratos places himself inside the cage. So, after already experiencing the emotional pain he inflicted, he can now experience the physical pain of it too. This self-flagellation serves as a small act of penance that allows him to move on to Valhalla's next trial. Next, Valhalla confronts Kratos with his choice to pledge his life to Ares, the event which set this entire series into motion. Everything that has happened in all of these games directly occurred as a result of that choice. Kratos views that choice as his greatest mistake, and of course he does. It directly led to the death of his wife and daughter. All the pain and suffering and tragedy and slaughter that followed. But here the writers are going to complicate that choice, examine it from all sides, both the positive and negative outcomes. But before we get to that, let's review the story. Way back, a long time ago, when he was a young man, Kratos was a military captain of the city of Sparta. He was an extremely successful commander, undefeated in battle. These victories filled him with pride. He became consumed by an ever-growing hunger for more battle, more slaughter, more glory, and more fame. Finally, his quest for glory led him to disaster. He and his army faced a massive horde of ruthless barbarians. For the first time as a general, Kratos lost a battle, but he refused to lose. At his most desperate moment, he called out to Ares, pledging his life to the god of war in exchange for victory. Ares answered his call, binding Kratos to his service, and providing his new servant with the power to defeat the barbarians. In his service to Ares that followed, Kratos transformed into a true monster, a merciless killer, barely human. Okay, so then how does Valhalla complicate this choice? Well, let's watch it together. Here it is.
Hooves. It's not only memories. Indeed. For what is a memory apart from our perspective on it? You know the evils that came through your path. You know the evils within yourself. Yes, these you dwell on. But it's not that simple, is it? It's fast, brother. What would have happened if you didn't stop it? No, it didn't run. Killed. Violated. People your army was sworn to protect. An army led by you. You do not feel a duty to fulfill your purpose. You do not fear for the safety of your homeland. You've saved them. You would excuse my actions. Excusing them is not the exercise, Kratos. Only accepting them. Accepting that you acted based on what you knew then, not on what was to come. Your motivation and their consequences are far more complicated than your self-belief.
Something I really like about the writing here is the way that it very explicitly refuses to excuse Kratos for the wrongs he's done. Just because there were some positive results of his choices doesn't erase the negative consequences. I've seen some players say that Valhalla is rewriting his story, trying to make it seem as if Kratos was a good guy all along, and that's just not true. These scenes are really clear about what they're trying to do, which is to understand Kratos' past choices as complicated as they really were. And these characters are right. The barbarian army was dangerous. They would have rampaged and looted and burned the Greek lands. Would they have done more damage than Kratos himself eventually did? Well, maybe not. But based on the information Kratos had at the time, pledging himself to Ares and stopping the barbarians was the right thing to do. And by the way, pledging himself to Ares was not a moral wrong. All Ares did was give him power. It was up to Kratos how he chose to use that power. There's a moment in Valhalla when Helios points out that Kratos is still using the Blades of Chaos, which he received from Ares. Helios suggests that there is some contradiction here, that Kratos can't be truly repentant of his service to Ares if he is still benefiting from that service. But the Blades of Chaos are merely an object of power. In the present, Kratos uses that power for good. There would be no sense in throwing away that power just because of its tainted origins, especially if it can still be used as a tool to forge a better world. Pledging himself to Ares was not the mistake. It's what he chose to do in that service that was the mistake. Kratos always could have said no. He didn't have to obey all of Ares' most heinous commands. He always had a choice, even if refusal would have meant his own destruction. And Kratos still has a choice now. Making a new choice will not erase his past wrongs, but a new choice can still make a new world. Personally, I would rather be led by a leader who has made the worst possible mistakes and learned from them, than by a leader who has never made any mistakes at all. Mistakes are valuable. Mistakes can make people better. But I'm digressing here. Let's get back to Valhalla. In the next event in Kratos' past we're going to examine together. Next is the death of Helios, which resulted in the disappearance of the sun in Greece, which was really just one among many disasters that befell Greece as a result of Kratos' quest for revenge. Okay, so back in God of War 3, Kratos tore through Mount Olympus.
I should get more mending
One
books.
Greek god after another, all in a quest to kill Zeus, who, to be fair, probably did deserve to be killed. Zeus was evil. How much the rest of the Greek pantheon deserved death is a matter for debate. But regardless, every time Kratos killed a god, it had consequences for everyone in Greece. When he killed Poseidon, tsunamis and floods destroyed coastal settlements. When he killed Hera, all the plants died. And when he killed Helios, the world was shrouded in darkness. As Kratos himself says in Valhalla, he knew what the consequences of killing the gods would be. He knew it would hurt innocent people too, and he did it anyway. He did not care about those other people. To me, this has always been Kratos' greatest sin. As much as I loved the story of God of War 4, one criticism I have is that it spent so much time agonizing over the killing of his father Zeus, as if that was the worst thing Kratos ever did. But as far as I'm concerned, killing Zeus isn't even in the top 10 of the worst things he ever did. Again, Zeus was a tyrant. He deserved to die. The world is better off without him. It's all the innocents that got caught in the middle that bothers me.
38.
Especially since
Divide that by
never
2.
tried to do anything to prevent their suffering. That's the real crime
19.
here. So I really appreciate that here in Valhalla the
I'll kill
writers
half
are
of that.
trying to address this. Now let's see how they try to navigate this dilemma. Here it is.
I don't think you were different, Kratos. I think you were hurt. Deeply hurt. And you handled it unskillfully.
Oh, cool.
Is that you restoring the sun? You took Helios' chariot, the sun back to the sky, and sacrificed yourself in the process.
I felt my death. I was saved by Helios. But this memory happened before I killed him. My evils were yet to come. What is the point?
That your legacy has always been a complicated one. That goodness is not a destination we arrive at, but a practice. Misfortune may drive anyone to darkness. We resist it only through wisdom and vigilance. You are not so unskillful now as you were then. Better voices in your head. You might go.
This is my favorite scene in Valhalla. In some ways, I do have to admit it is a bit unsatisfying. Kratos' act of destroying the sun, the suffering he inflicted on so many innocents, those wrongs still feel unresolved to me. The fact that Kratos once saved the sun too doesn't absolve him in any meaningful way. In the writer's defense, I don't think there's anything they could have written here that would have somehow magically fixed or reversed his mistakes. In spite of what Faulkner says, the past is also still the past. It is set in stone. Kratos' past actions cannot be changed, and these ones were particularly terrible. However, I really love how the writers shifted the conversation here, how this becomes a discussion about what it really means to be good. Goodness is usually described as a state of being, meaning that either someone is good or they are not. An action is either good or it is evil. The writers of Valhalla have a different description, though. They say that goodness is a practice, a skill, and so someone is either well practiced or they have more work to do. An action is either skillful or it is unskillful. I don't think this is intended as a way to excuse Kratos' past mistakes. Like, did you kill thousands of innocent people? Well, don't worry about it. You're not bad. You're just unskillful. Lacking skill in this context is the same as doing wrong, but it's meant to be a more hopeful description of right and wrong. If goodness is a skill, that means it is something we can work on. If we've made mistakes, if we've done something wrong, if we've hurt someone, that doesn't mean we're stuck being that person forever. We can work on it. We can practice this skill, just like any other skill. With time, dedication, and study, we can get better at this. And I think that is a beautiful idea. I'm really grateful to the writers for this, because I've never heard it expressed in quite that way before. I think there's a lot of value in this. Alright, let's move on to the fourth and final event in Kratos' past that we will examine, the opening of Pandora's box. This is actually my least favorite plot element in the original trilogy. Alright, so in the first God of War game, Kratos sought Pandora's box because it supposedly contained the power to kill a god, which he used to kill Ares. However, unbeknownst to Kratos, though probably known to Athena, who was guiding him at the time, the box also contained evil. This evil was then unleashed upon the world and infected the gods. It's actually the evils of the box which caused the gods to become selfish and greedy and murderous. I was always very frustrated by this reveal. Like, imagine if in Ragnarok, you got to the end of the game and you discovered that Odin was not a manipulative, murderous bastard as a result of his own choices, but just because someone opened a box somewhere, and otherwise Odin would have been a pretty cool guy. Wouldn't that be an unsatisfying reveal? I vastly prefer a villain who is a villain because of the choices they made, rather than some random circumstances outside their control. Sometimes people try to fix this by saying that Zeus and the other gods were already flawed. The evils of the box just magnified those flaws, so it was ultimately still Zeus's choice to betray his son, not just the box's fault. Anyway, that doesn't really matter here. What matters now is that in his carelessness, Kratos opened that box, accidentally infected the gods with magical evil, and in doing so made the world a much worse place. Okay, so let's see how the writers deal with this one.
When the evils of the box were purged, what remained was hope, which you chose to release back to the world.
Yes. After everything, you came back full circle to sacrificing yourself.
That would have been just. It's not to be.
Yes, you lived, and hope still lived inside you, from that day to this one. One might say you brought hope back to these realms after a long slumber. Box or no box, Kratos. Hope, fear, and love, and hate exist in every one of us. The question is, which will you choose to let guide your actions? Each choice we make shapes our world.
Pandora's box did not only contain evil, it also contained hope. a hope that Kratos carried within himself and then released back into the world at the end of God of War 3 by sacrificing his body. I have not discussed Kratos' choice to sacrifice himself at the end of God of War 3 much on this channel before. To be honest, that's another plot point in the original trilogy I find frustrating, because there's a lack of specificity here. The term hope is so vague. What exactly was Kratos releasing back into the world? What actual measurable
I could
effect
just be
did it
stupid,
have
but
on the world? I tend to focus on the carnage and slaughter he wrought in that game, because the effects of those are much easier to see. But it's clear that the writers want us to take this idea of unleashed hope seriously, and so we should. Kratos' sacrifice at the end of God of War 3 is undeniably heroic. In fiction, heroism is often defined by sacrifice. Heroes almost always sacrifice something. Things they care about, things that are important to them, their time, their safety, their health. This is considered noble and right. Fictional heroes are constantly giving up their lives to save innocence, to save their friends, to save loved ones, to save the world. And that's the kind of sacrifice Kratos makes at the end of God of War 3. Once again, it doesn't erase all the wrong he had done, but it does complicate his character in a really important way. With this decision, the writers of God of War 3 were trying to turn Kratos from a shallow, violent murderer into a character with moral layers.
I
A
already
character
have an
who,
infinite
at least
sword.
once in his life,
I
chose
forgot.
to put the welfare of others before himself. And here, the writers of God of War Ragnarok are drawing attention to that complexity. Kratos was always at least somewhat of a complex character, if maybe not quite as developed as he is nowadays. That choice back then is what made it possible for the writers of the Norse games to build him into the Kratos of the present. Anyway, to end this video, we need to move on to the final scene in Valhalla. Valhalla concludes with Kratos directly confronting his younger self. I know a lot of us probably hoped this would involve an actual boss fight against his younger self, which would have been awesome. But this scene is still fantastically written, so let's watch it together.
Yeah, like, how could they fucking miss such a perfectly
What can I say?
golden opportunity?
I remember the option to take that from all that it meant, and all that it did not make up for pain, of suffering, of destruction. And all instead I chase redemption that I know I can never deserve it. What does that make me? God fools. God. Oh, you lost in every one. You became very self-forgiving you. False. Ah, John. Should I say, should I sit, take, place myself into service? Serve, or should I lose everything? There's to be enough inside so that I can tell hope, So, you are born.
Lady, I need levels.
Well, so I missed everything. Did you find what you needed? Right here, Mother. Well done the other end. So, what now?
I'd like to sit here for a while.
Something worth pointing out here is that the stories of the last two games have focused on a lot more characters than just Kratos. They've been about Kratos and his son, about Kratos and Freya, about Freya and her son, about Freya and her brother, about Freya and Odin, about Odin and Thor, about Thor and Thrud, about Thrud and Atreus,
Wait, the
about
plates are
Atreus and
useless.
Sindri, about Sindri and Brock, about Brock and Kratos, about Kratos' relationship to the world around him. The stories are these interconnected web of relationships, so many relationships and so many characters. The narrative focus has been ever so gradually drawn away from Kratos himself. It's become a story about all these other characters, which is great, because all those other characters are extremely compelling too. But in Valhalla, finally, we have a moment to sort of slow down, to zoom in, to focus, to get all those other characters off the screen for a while, and let this be a story about Kratos again. A story about Kratos and Kratos. A story about who he is now and who he used to be. That's what this scene is all about, giving him that opportunity for some extended self-reflection. This might be one of my favorite scenes in the entire series, because it's one of the rare times where we get to hear Kratos' thoughts out loud. Kratos so often keeps his thoughts and feelings locked away within himself. He's very careful about not revealing himself. Instead of saying what he thinks, most of the time he just grunts. But here, in this scene, what we're getting is interiority, a glimpse at his interior self, those parts of himself he usually keeps hidden. What Kratos is doing here is what I like to refer to as emptying his pockets. When a character empties their pockets, they are letting it all out. Their hopes, their fears, their innermost thoughts, their motivations, their feelings, everything. They are digging down deep and showing us what they have hidden. And I love these sorts of moments. I think they're extremely important to give the audience a chance to really learn who that character is. So, what are Kratos' innermost thoughts? Well, in many ways, they are conflicted and contradictory. He is angry with himself, frustrated with himself, feels beyond forgiveness. With that line, you chose. He is refusing to give himself any excuse for his actions. He's not going to say, well, I lost everything, so what else could I do? I felt angry and hurt, so what else could be expected of me? I was manipulated, so it wasn't my fault. I didn't know what the consequences of my choices would be. Kratos is not going to let himself hide behind those excuses. But when you strip away all those excuses, what does he have left? Is he just a monster then? Is he just unforgivable? Notice when Kratos switches the subject of the sentence, when he goes from saying you chose to saying eye shows, and at the same moment, the camera moves so that only the present day Kratos is still in the shot. A lot of times we do talk about Kratos as if he is two different characters. There is violent past Kratos, and then there is benevolent present Kratos. But Kratos is still the same person, not meaning that he hasn't grown or changed, but that he hasn't stopped being Kratos. He has not stopped being the same person who did all those terrible things, which he acknowledges with, should I, this same man, should I sit next to that line, should I lose everything and everyone, will there still be enough left inside so that I do not become you? This is a fascinating line, so let's break it down. Okay, so in the past, Kratos lost everything. He lost his wife, his child, his home, his humanity, everything. And then he became a monster. But Kratos has gained a new family, friends, new allies, a new home. All those people have influenced him. Their influence lives inside him. This is what he and Atreus discussed back in Helheim. It's what Tyr meant in the previous scene when he mentioned better voices. Here, Kratos is wondering, if the worst came to pass, and I lost everything again, if I lost Atreus, and Mimir, and Freya, and this new home, would I become a monster again? Like, we just saw what happened to Sindri when he lost Brock. Kratos just saw an example of how fragile these relationships are, how easily and how quickly it can all vanish. Does Kratos have enough of his new family's positive influence inside him to prevent himself from becoming a monster again if he lost them all again? And in the end, Kratos does not have an answer. He doesn't know the future. He can't be certain about who he will become tomorrow, but he chooses to hope. Earlier, he quoted a line Pandora said back in God of War 3, hope, it is what we fight with when all else is lost. A bit ago I asked, when you strip away all of his excuses, what does Kratos have left? Well, it turns out all he has left is hope. He chooses to believe in the better part of himself, in his ability to be more than his flaws, more than his mistakes, in his ability to be better, to make better choices, which in the end is all any of us can do. All of us want to be better, or at least all of us should want to be better. And to get there, in the very least, we have to believe in our ability to be better. That is a form of hope. I found Valhalla to be a really beautiful coda to Kratos' story. I have wondered if we would get a glimpse of Kratos' next adventure in Valhalla, and it turns out that Kratos is going to be staying here in Midgard for the foreseeable future. He is going to take a position of authority. He is going to choose to believe in himself, in the possibility of the best version of himself. I don't think we're going to see any more of Kratos for a long time. I think it's possible, though definitely not certain, that this is the last story we may ever see with Kratos as the main character. And if so, this was a very satisfying conclusion to this character's story. If this really is the end of Kratos, then this is as good an ending as any fan could hope for. The purpose of this video is to do some quick cleanup and cover a couple things in Valhalla that I didn't have time to discuss in my previous video. So we're going to look at three topics. First, the three bonus memories that you can only reach after beating the main storyline. Second, we're going to talk about the Mir and Sigrun's story in Valhalla. And finally, I want to examine how Tyr's character is portrayed in this DLC, and how it differs from Odin's impersonation in the main game. Alright, let's start with a brief recap. In the main storyline of Valhalla, Kratos is offered the official position of God of War in the Norse pantheon by Freya. He is hesitant to accept because he is still troubled by his past mistakes, and is afraid of regressing into his old monstrous self again. However, after a bit of battle therapy with Tyr, the real Tyr this time, he confronts some of his worst sins, chooses to believe in the possibility of being a better version of himself, and becomes the new God of War, therefore finally making the series title make sense again. Yippee! Hooray! After the credits roll, the player can continue running through Valhalla to unlock a bit of bonus story content, where Kratos will confront 3 more memories from his past. These are the boat captain from the first game, his choice to leave his daughter Calliope in the afterlife back in Chains of Olympus, and finally some recollections of his rarely discussed first wife, Lysandra. First, I want to ask you a question. Why did the writers choose these 3 specific memories? They could have chosen anything. There is a huge number of moments in his life that are all equally worth confronting and discussing. For example, I was really hoping we would hear some discussion about Athena. Kratos' relationship with Athena was easily his most significant relationship in the original trilogy. She appeared on screen more often than any other Greek god. She was his patron deity, his benefactor, his protector, his guide, and yet her influence was ultimately corrosive. She set him on the path towards making many of his worst mistakes, whether that was her intention or not. A lot of his slaughter and carnage was committed with her blessing. And even more interesting, unlike most of the Greek gods who appeared in the original trilogy, Athena's spirit is presumably still around, still wandering the earth. She and Kratos could meet again. So I'm extremely curious to know what this older and wiser Kratos thinks about her now. We did get a tiny bit of his thoughts back in God of War 4 when he sees her apparition and he tells her, "I am no longer your monster." But I want to know more. Does Kratos believe that Athena was always manipulating him? That she was selfish and greedy all along, just serving her own purposes? Athena's motivations were always enigmatic. She sacrifices herself to save Zeus in God of War 2, then immediately afterwards assists Kratos in his quest to destroy Zeus in God of War 3. Like, what's up with that? But the writers didn't choose to address this, or any of 100 other possibilities. Instead, they chose these 3 specific memories. So, why? Well, let's start with the boat captain. Kratos meets the boat captain right at the very start of the first game, and their interactions really set the tone for the entire series. It showed us what kind of games these were going to be. It defined who Kratos was as a character. Kratos is tasked by Poseidon with killing the Hydra that has been terrorizing the Aegean Sea. As its title suggests, the boat captain was the captain of a boat, which was being attacked by the Hydra. During the battle, the captain is actually swallowed by the Hydra. Luckily, Kratos slays the beast and then leaps down its throat. And let's watch a short cutscene to see what happens next.
Thank you! It's the gods who came back for me!
They did come back.
As I said before, this was a defining moment for the series. I remember when I first watched this when I was like 12 years old and being totally shocked. I'd never seen anything like this in a video game before. I don't think I'd ever encountered a true anti-hero. I had never considered the possibility of a video game protagonist who doesn't always try to do the right thing. Isn't a goody two-shoes who would casually throw this random person down a Hydra's throat for no reason at all. I grew up on Nintendo games. God of War was something very different. I honestly thought it was awesome, but it does not end there. Later in the game, Kratos is killed by Ares and thrown down.
I need to find a desert still.
And watch what happens.
Kratos fell into the unknown. Overstitched by the unknown. Current strong enough to carry his once more to his eternal resting place. But Kratos had no intention of resting yet. He intended to live, to return to Earth and complete his quest.
Let go, fool! You won't drag me down to that cursed river!
There was a task left for me above. You must complete it.
You did!
That's right, Kratos kills this dude a second time, and again, for no reason. Why does he stab him in the back here? It's so unnecessary. I do still think there is something hilarious about this second encounter, but on the whole, Well, as an adult, my feelings about this have changed. If this game was released today, I wouldn't be nearly as interested in Kratos, which seemed exciting and new when I was 12, but now in my 30s it feels a little silly. The violence here is ultimately shallow. I mean, I still really like the first God of War. It's probably my second favorite game in the whole series, but it's definitely a product of its time. And the really extraordinary thing about the God of War franchise is the way it has evolved over time. God of War is not stuck in 2005. It has been adapting and changing with every release. Kratos, the character, has grown up along with his audience. A lot of us were probably kids when we first played God of War, but now we're adults, we've matured, our perspective has changed. So it is really satisfying to see that Kratos has matured too. That's why the writers chose this moment, because it's so iconic, and at the same time, shows how much Kratos' character has changed. That he can look back at this moment and say, yeah, that was pretty dumb. Helping the boat captain would have cost me nothing. My actions were needlessly and pointlessly cruel. The next two memories are a bit different, because they deal with his late wife and daughter, the ones he himself was tricked by Ares into mistakenly murdering back in the first game. I think the writers chose these because Lysandra and Calliope have, so far, been very absent from the series. I mean, of course they're dead, but also Kratos never ever speaks about them in the present. The only time he ever mentioned them in Ragnarok was when he was telling Freya about his past during their journey together in Vanaheim. And even then, he only gave bare facts of the situation. He didn't talk about his thoughts or feelings, or any details about who his wife and daughter were as people. And so, this bonus dialogue in Valhalla finally gives him a chance to do that, to reflect, to share his memories of them. We start with his daughter Calliope. Kratos tells a story about how after her death, he actually met her in the afterlife, then was forced to make the terrible choice to abandon her again, a choice he deeply regrets, because of course he wanted to spend as much time with her as possible. As Kratos was telling the story, I was like, what the heck is this guy talking about? I don't remember that happening at all. And it turns out that this occurred in God of War Chains of Olympus, which is a game I had never played because I never owned a PSP. So just for this video, I finally played it, so I could see this scene and the surrounding story for myself. And I gotta say, pretty good game. I think it ranks kind of high in the series for me. Persephone is a really good villain. Actually, a more interesting character than either Ares or Zeus. Someday I will starting a villain on her. Anyway, because I suspect I'm not alone here, and there are probably a lot of other people who have never played Chains of Olympus, I figured I would share with you the cutscene where Kratos has to choose to leave Calliope. So here it is.
Denise falls to Kratos. She perished. The choice was clear to him, yet impossible to make. To stay with his daughter at the end of her. To stop Persephone and Atlas from saving his daughter. But his hatred and anger for the gods grew ever stronger. They together.
Shit.
Kratos is destiny was not. The fates.
Okay, so yeah, pretty brutal. Not only does he have to choose to abandon her, but he has to physically shove her away, and then he's off. Now, this is messy. The Greek gods put Kratos through a lot of BS. But I think this is actually the worst of it. This is an extremely traumatic and horrible situation. I can't believe I've never seen this before, because it definitely provides some important context for why his character ends up as angry and vicious as he does. I'm really glad the writers of Valhalla chose to address this moment, because now that I've seen it for myself, it's definitely crucial to his character. It's
Wait, what?
just an acknowledgement. I wish I could have stayed with her longer, but that he is able to speak about it at all is very valuable. Moving on, the discussion surrounding Lysandra is more challenging, because as far as I can remember, and do correct me if I'm wrong, unlike Calliope, Kratos' first wife never really appeared on screen in any significant way. She sort of appeared in God of War Ascension, but that was just an illusion perpetrated by the Furies. As a result of her lack of screen time, she's an almost entirely blank character. We just don't know very much about her. So here in Valhalla, what the writers are doing is essentially writing her character for the first time. Lysandra still doesn't appear in any cutscenes, though. Instead, we learn of her character through Kratos' dialogue. In his description, she was someone who pushed him to be a better man, confronted him with the fact of his choices, and told him that he could make a different choice, advice he tragically ignored. Kratos compares Lysandra to La Fée, which is high praise. It is a simple character description delivered in just a handful of lines, but I think it's really worthwhile. Lysandra is a character I've always wanted to know more about, and was disappointed that the developers never gave her any role beyond being a plot point in Kratos' story. Lysandra should have her own story. She should be her own fully fleshed out character. The writers of Valhalla felt the same way. They wanted to try to do justice to her character too, and I appreciate what they're trying to do here. Okay, so that concludes the discussion of Kratos' 3 bonus memories in Valhalla. Next, I want to talk about Mimir and Sigrun, because their relationship gets a bit of extra story in this update too. Mimir and Sigrun have a very cute, if sort of random, relationship in Ragnarok. In Valhalla, this relationship is developed further. At first, I assumed this was just going to be a little bit of fan service, a couple cutesy moments together sprinkled here and there. But the writers of God of War seem to very intentionally resist telling simple stories, and so the story of their relationship doesn't get to be simple either. At the start of Valhalla, their relationship is already a little rocky. Turns out that Sigrun did finally confess her feelings to Mimir, but he did not exactly reciprocate. He expressed doubts as to whether he could ever be enough for her, since, he's just a disembodied head. If this were a simpler story, they would have had a discussion about it. Sigrun would proclaim that the passion of love is not limited by one's number of functional limbs or vital organs, and that they profess their undying love for each other and live happily ever after, etc. But in Valhalla, their story goes in a very different direction. A little bit ago, I talked about how I felt that Lysandra deserves to be the main character of her own story. Not that I think she should have been the main character of God of War's story, but that in good fiction, every character should feel like they are on their own personal journey, even if they're the villain in our story. Something the writers did a fantastic job of doing with Baldur and Odin. And in Valhalla, Sigrun stops being merely a background character in Kratos' story, or merely a love interest in Mimir's story, and becomes the main character in her own personal story. Let's watch the cutscene where that transition occurs together. Here it is.
So this is it then?
However,
Good. I mean, I'll miss you more than I can say, but if we ever went or might have Davey, well, just so I need you to know that it mattered. All of it. Knowing you helped make me a personality stand to me. All I want from you in exchange is
I can't imagine a world in which I don't end up very close with you. But let me come back to you whole. Let me come back not needing anyone to tell me what I need to be happy.
I can't begrudge you getting to know yourself. After all, it's been one of the great pleasures of my life.
Farewell, Sigrun. And good luck.
Thank you, Kratos. Farewell, my friends.
Great, fellow.
Something about the writing of these two Norse games that I've been especially impressed with is the character development, and especially the way the writers take some of these minor or supporting characters and give them so much life and personality. Like back in God of War 4, I thought Brock and Sindri were likable, but not hugely interesting. Then in Ragnarok, Brock and Sindri are written beautifully, gorgeously, with so much pathos. They've transformed into some of the most compelling characters I've ever seen anywhere. And I can see in this scene that the writers are attempting to do something similar with Sigrun. Now, I don't think they're quite as successful as they were with Brock and Sindri. Of course, that's largely a fault of screen time. Brock and Sindri had the benefit of hours and hours of being on screen. Lots of dialogue, lots of time to develop and complicate their characters, to get the audience to fall in love with them both. Sigrun doesn't have that benefit, so the writers are trying to pack a lot into a short space. Something that is interesting to me is that Sigrun's story in Ragnarok is ending in the exact same way that Atreus' story ended, which is to say that it hasn't really ended at all. At the end of Ragnarok, Atreus departed on a new journey. Sigrun is doing the same thing. The two farewell scenes even mirror each other in a lot of ways. Atreus' goodbye to Kratos and Angrboda parallels Sigrun's goodbye to Freya and Mimir. They're so similar that it does make me wonder if the writers are setting something up here. We have two characters both leaving Midgard at about the same time, both going on personal journeys of discovery to faraway lands. It begs the question, are Atreus and Sigrun's stories going to intersect at some point in the future? Either way, I'm really curious to see where both of these characters end up. Mimir has a bit of development in Valhalla as well. At the time Mimir disappears and is replaced by Helios, Mimir is actually experiencing his own version of Valhalla, reliving his own memories, and specifically reliving a telling of Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, with himself in the role of Puck. It seems to me that Mimir's story here is focused on the theme of love, on examining what the true meaning of love is. According to Valhalla, love is not blind, obsessive devotion, and love is not about how someone else makes you feel. Love is not selfish. Instead, love is about caring for another person, caring for their feelings and what they need. A realism allows Mimir to accept Sigrun's departure. But now let's move on to the final section of this video. Now let's talk about Tyr. The real Tyr's characterization is dramatically different than Odin's impersonation of him. And there are a lot of differences that we could point out, but the most notable one to me was curiosity. The real Tyr is a fundamentally curious character. Much of his dialogue in Valhalla consists of asking questions over and over again. He asks Kratos for more information about his past, more details about what drove his choices. Tyr is making a genuine effort to understand who Kratos really is. Underneath all the slaughter, underneath all the guilt, all the stoicism, and he very rarely ever outright says anything like, okay, this is who you are, and this is why you did that, and this is what you should do next. He does not try to define Kratos or box him in. He just keeps asking thoughtful questions, gently probing, offering new possibilities, exploring the complexity of the situation. This fundamental curiosity gives the real Tyr a powerful presence on screen that Odin's impersonation never had. The real Tyr comes across as wise, mindful, deliberate, very careful with his words and actions, someone who cares about others, who cares about the world around him. Can you remember a single time when Odin's impersonation of Tyr ever asked anyone a meaningful question? A time when he really tried to get to know or get close to any of the other characters in Sindri's
Why?
Of course not, because Odin did not care about other people. It's why his manipulations were so useless with Kratos.
No.
He never could have predicted that Brock would see through his disguise, because he never truly understood any of those other characters. He never even tried to. The fascinating thing is that you could almost be tricked into thinking that curiosity was also central to Odin's character. But the real Tyr shows just how shallow and limited that curiosity was. A certain obsession with knowledge was definitely central to Odin's character. Wrote everything he did. More than anything, he wanted to tear open that world it seemed, to take the answers that lay within for himself. As I discussed in my analysis video on Odin, what he really cared about though was power. For him, knowledge was power. It wasn't about wisdom or curiosity, it was about possession. The key difference between Odin and Tyr is that Odin tried to know, whereas Tyr
Bah!
understand. For Odin, knowledge was the destination, or maybe a means to a destination. For Tyr, it seems more as if knowledge is truly a pursuit, not
What are
something
you?
that can ever be totally achieved,
Joseph.
something you're ever done with, but something you can always get better at. You can always learn more. Really happy that the writers took this opportunity to develop Tyr's character, because he turned out to be really fascinating, and I'd like to see more of him in the future. Similar to Sigrun, I'd like to see him move out of just being a supporting role in Kratos' story and become the hero of his own story. But that is where this video is going to end. To be honest, it's gone on a bit longer than I thought it would. But the more I dug into Valhalla's story, the more layers I found. After this, I'm actually going to be taking a break from God of War for a while. I'd like to look at a couple other games in the meantime, starting with a few more essays discussing The Last of Us, because I just finished another replay, and there's always more to say about Joel and Ellie. When I do return to God of War, it will be with a new video focused on Sindri, so look forward to that whenever it comes around.
Yeah, we can run. Or even better. Oh, god damn it. Okay, that shortcut key did not do what I thought it did. But now that I know how to properly use it, amazing.
Good afternoon, my Tugas. I'm MBT, and this is 20 Spirit Testament.
There's a lot of pretty close by islands.
Voice Vector Monthly is happening Saturday. For the first time ever, it will be cast live. Prepare this week. I'm going to give you the lowdown on the deck that's receiving settlement levels of hype because it's Sphere Lines. Presenting this.
Okay.
The list from live event winner Red. As always, I'll give you a background about the archetype.
That isn't hyperbole.
And of course, the card by card.
Ooh, shipwreck. There's probably some...
Videos, I've got great news for me! I've got the ability to go to the Celestial Shop, so if you have cardboard or plushies, please use
I
that
can
link
probably take back the portal thingy for
waste.
waste.
That, let's bring in
Because I have no reason to ever go back there.
Deja vu, I don't blame you. This deck is built on the bones of one of my all-time favorite bad brews, Snowman. By self-milling with Warfrost and Morlith, that deck summoned a single large man every turn.
That deck was only sort of playable in the Daybreak meta, so how can the incredibly fast gameplay from Moonrise improve it? Well, as you might have guessed, the answer lies in the deck's namesake, Bizstrix. This Celestial's Ascension line, alongside Cedar Sword, has the ability to cast itself from the graveyard provided it's milled from the top of your deck, thereby by maxing out on cards that you can hit for a ton of damage super fast. This lists a series of small synergies that surround a stellar game plan, so I won't waste any more of your time by getting into the deck list. First up, our things you want to mill. We have two types of Cedar Sword, which when sent from the deck to the Underworld can be special cast, but in a miscast way, either Earth or Frost. And then if it has its effect, you can expend a rune in order to search your deck for a 3-cost Celestial and add it to your hand, though admittedly this is for a card we're not playing. You want to be milling Astral, which is set from
I just saw a cow spawn before my eyes.
and has the ability to expend a Frost to send the top 4 from your deck to the Underworld. Or Blizzstrix, which if sent from your deck to the Underworld, can special ascend on top of an Astral.
What up? I'm spending the night here.
To destroy a card.
I am also gonna be stealing some stuff.
The reason that we are trying that at all. We are also playing some cards that enable the milling. Of course, we've got Morlith. Morlith is usually online in this deck, but it's not as guaranteed as when the deck was playing Morfrost, because then you could ensure you would always be able to cast Eternal and Morlith. Here, if you cast the Frost, of course, if your opponent has fewer or less in their Underworld than you do, then you mill 5. The ways that you set this up are Gloombat, which is a special cast if your opponent has 2 face-down runes or more. Usually they'll have exactly 2, which is exactly where you want to be. It's them playing around Hurricane, but failing to play around cards like Thunder Storm, so the sweet spot is hit by this card, and puts itself in the graveyard for more reasons. You can also mill off of Snowlit, which on receive can send the top 3 cards of your deck to the Underworld, or through Avalanche, which gets both players to mill the top 3. That's, of course, not guaranteed.
Man, I don't know how to organize this
just
shit.
because you are playing so many more Lestrals than anyone else. You can send an additional 2 cards to your deck with Underworld just after you cast a guy. So the best turn ones are usually like Snowlit, Avalanche, hit an Astral, hit a Blizzstrix, win the game. Because we are in Frost, we're also playing in Froststrix, which has the ability to reborn guys from the graveyard. You can, of course, only hit one Spirit Frost Celestrials, but there's a lot of really good ones. Snowlit, of course, is a mechanism by which you can continue milling. Catarrhit is a way that you can get your Frosts back in your Spirit deck, because this deck blazes through its Spirit deck.
Ooh.
And Tadflow is kind of a jack of all trades. You can expend a Frost in order to special send this into an Celestial.
A spare knife too.
Frost from your hand, so it allows you to skip directly to an Astral if your hand is really tricky. You can bring it back with enough Froststrix and unbrick yourself. A lot of stuff this card does. Finally, we are playing types of No Stone Unturned, which searches your deck for a Golem Celestial, like this one. And, of course, we've got Ambrosia and Rise from the Ashes, and All-Star from Snowman in here as well, alongside the 2 Kione, which, of course, get really good if your graveyard is functional use to your deck. There's really no boy math going on. We've got the 2 Teratlets. That's so we can cast a copy of No Stone Unturned. Theoretically, you can cast a Cedar Sword with these, and you can board into an Earthquake as well.
I'll sleep outside.
That's because our Blizzstrix needs a Winged Spirit in order to actually activate its effect. We're usually going to set that on top of one of your 2-drops, something like an Astral or a Morlith or a Cedar Sword that's been enchanted with Frost, a billion Frost, and then 1 Owlin for the Singleton and Gloombat. You could maybe go up to 2 to facilitate some silly guys out of the extra, or, maybe Gloombat twice. So with that, let's jump into a game. Our match is up against this Dead Spog deck, which I really love. We've got Swall playing across the table, so at least it's going to be good. You can see our hand is okay, but that kind of does demand the ability to get over an opponent's established setup. So what I'm going to do turn 1 is just expand.
What a big church.
I'm used to doing that. It's definitely a play that you're going to be performing a lot. So you can see we've got the Snowlit, we've got the Froststrix, we've got the Blizzstrix, we've got Morlith and a Gloombat. Any scenario where we can special summon that Gloombat and feel good, and as we go Astral and set 3, I'm realizing the time is fast approaching. Okay, so first and foremost,
Shepherd.
let's go ahead and...
I thought you were a Fletcher.
Well, we're going to start with the Gloombat. We're going to Gloombat to try and snipe something crazy. What we're looking to hit here is pretty much exactly a Orkin's Caves, because...
I think a desert or a savannah or something would be where I get the last remaining thingy I need in Magic.
They don't really have a Gorgon's Caves for us. We're going to go for the Morlith. We're going to activate the Morlith effect here. We're going to mill 5. Thankfully, it does connect. Let's see what we can get off those top 5. They're not great. A Snowlit and then a bunch of Invoke Runes is not exactly where you want to be. But even having the Snowlit is enough, because this Froststrix in hand means that we can reborn the Snowlit and then start milling some more. So we're going to do that. We will mill 3. And we find here a Blistrix, an Avalanche, and a Pulsar. Another pretty bad series of hits. We do have the Avalanche, so we can mill 5 here. Our opponent's going to mill 3. We hit the 3, and thank goodness one of them is Asgrowl. The additional 2 are very bad. But as you can see, these are like really low percentage mills. Like, this is not what you want to be milling, and still we're getting way ahead from this position. So now that the Asgrowl is on field, we can go ahead and activate the Asgrowl's effect and mill an additional guy to mill 4. We will do that, and there is Cedar Sword, exactly what we're looking for. After milling half our deck, we have finally found one. So we're going to go ahead and special cast that Cedar Sword. We're getting really low really quick, but of course our opponent's going to get really lower really quicker. And I think we're just about done for this turn. With 2 in the back row, unless one is Tsunami, then we are going to be able to, at minimum, get over this Ass Rabbit. Swole spends a lot of time in the tank here, and I think finally elects to PTA the Cedar Sword. Like, this is a position that you get to put your opponents in so often with this deck. It's cards like PTA, cards like Shield of Achilles, they, of course, scale with the strength of the card that they are being cast against. So, by doing this, Swole is putting himself in a position where he's about to take, like, 7. Here's a shield for the Moralith, and then we'll just walk over with the Asgrowl and direct with the Cedar Sword doing 2, and then requiring an additional 2 payout at the end of the turn to get rid of it, in a turn where we already have established a 7 or 2 drop on our side of the field. Importantly, we're both still on 4 cards as well. So Swole does have the resting, that's the immediate answer to the Asgrowl, and then they're going to go for the Toxicity. Okay, getting the Dense Fog here is a little frightening. The Dense Fog, while the Toxicity is on the field, is not only, of course, great insofar as Dense Fog is strong against a significant amount of cards, but it's also a combat trick, because it decreases the attack defense of an Alestral. Here putting the Toxicity in defense, because, of course, even with the -2, it can stand up to the Moralith. This is a tough turn to think through. Obviously, I want to do Tap Flow, but probably not great into the face of that Dense Fog. So I think we're just going to go ahead and cast the Moralith again and hope for the best. With 15 cards still in deck, we've got a lot of really good hits at our disposal. We think about it for a long time, but after being in the tank, I think we are just going to commit to the guy. We'll go for the Moralith here and mill for a ton. Thankfully, we do hit another Cedar Sword. This is a really tough position to be in. I really want to get to this Blistrix in my hand. So we're actually going to cast the Cedar Sword in defense, even though this is a really weak play into a number of things. In so doing, I'm toying around with these spirits real quick. I think we do end up going down the Frost, despite the fact that it looks terrible, because an Ascension into Blistrix is going to be useless if it's got 2 Duralis.
Yikes, I'm all out of cobblestone. I may as well...
Out. Swole talks a little bit afterwards about this decision point. Could have just let Toxicity die, which would have been pretty important, because the next cast is a Werepuff. This grabs a Lunar Phase Full Moon, and when a Lunar Phase Full Moon is cast in Special Ascendant into a Light Void, so we are telegraphing Set Fog, which I think we proactively activate here. A position where we still also have Dense Fog would also allow us to theoretically get over, like, some of the powerful monsters that remain on the field, but as is, even ascending by Full Moon into a copy of Light Void isn't going to get over the 6 defense Cedar Sword, which means that he is going to kind of be at the mercy of the Blistrix next turn, though it will be pretty much the last thing I cast, because being able to Special Ascend into the Light Void after resolution of the Full Moon means that I'm going to take 2 on this crash with the Moralith, which of course is absolutely necessary, because the Moralith represents a ton of damage over the existing board anyway. So getting over the Moralith here, taking the 2 out of us, I think we're just getting rid of the Teralysis here. Obviously, anyway, we will drop return to Gloombat. Alright, all in, baby. Let's go ahead and ascend over the Cedar Sword into a Blistrix. We'll try and activate the Blistrix effect, and thank goodness it's Dense Fog, but there's really no winning here. Activating Dense Fog puts them at 2, and then we walk over the Toxicity, and there's really nothing that outs the on-field Blistrix. The other set card is Full Moon, which does nothing from this position. So Swole thinks that his best idea is to hope that I go for a 50-50 and miss, but unfortunately just targeting the monster puts him in a position where he actually just dies. So we'll think for a little bit about what we want to shuffle back in. The Cedar Swords are probably fine. From this position, there's not too much I want to see remaining. We don't have any Frost Spirits left in our Spirit deck, so putting back the Catarants, which is usually a pretty good position to be in, it does literally nothing. Let's just throw some stuff back into the deck that we don't want to draw or cast, get in, and deal 3 to Swole, putting him at 0 and ending the game. So we're back to the deck, and wow, that was explosive. Let's do the pros and cons. First, the pros. 1, I spoke about the potential game plan decks that would inevitably walk over the face of 5s once the card pool expanded, and I can comfortably say, we are here. The deck is so streamlined, it hurts. 2, you really get to blank almost the entirety of background. If your opponent sets 1 card playing on Hurricane, well, you blow them out of the water. What does Shield do against a 3-drop and a 2-drop? If they play 2, you get to Gloombat them for their life savings. There's a no-win situation for your opponents. And 3, like tier limit, even though you're gambling, you're kind of playing with house money. There are so many hits. And the cons. 1, it's bricky. One of the upsides to Snowman was that it played Ash Rabbit and Warcroft and Pals. While you can still consider those cards, I think the playstyle of this deck demands you go all in as early as possible, which means you're really missing that consistency. 2 is that it's not very interactive. You're really disrespecting your opponent with a deck like this, so if their game plan goes over the top of yours, which is unlikely but possible, you are screwed. And 3, a lack of back row helps you always hit, but it also means you're never able to deal with utility guys. As Lunar Aggro, for instance, plays more must-answers, this might become an issue. There are, of course, different builds of this deck. You could start playing more Frosts with the Invigoration Scorpion. You could play more back rows to hedge against your opponent's game plan. But those are an exercise for the viewer, not for me. All in all, and only by virtue of being pretty easy to build, doesn't take a genius to play 3 copies of the Blizzstrix and the Asprowl, this looks like the first discovered pillar of a new Moonrise meta. Check it out in action this weekend on this channel.
Why do you guys have so many fucking... Why do I keep fucking that up? Oh my god, of course I...
Subscribe to Legend Mistakes of the day. I will be guys to another episode of Unit Analysis, the show where we take a look at advanced force units in great detail. And today we're doing a 3-4-1. We're checking out 3 units in one episode: the APC, the Transport Copter, and the Lander. And the reason why I'm doing all these 3 units in one video is that they're similar enough to another that I feel like making 3 separate videos is a little bit overkill. But it also allows me to make some comparisons between them, talk about which one you should build in certain situations, and so forth. They are transport units, all of them, but they're not the only transport units. You also have cruisers that can actually act as transports for transport copters and monocopters, although this is very rare. But you do also have the Black Boat Dual Strike, and the Black Boat is so unique, I want to make an entire separate video on that unit alone. So I'll be holding that one off. But in today's episode, I want to do all these 3 units together. While they are very different, they certainly have things that pull them apart from each other. They're all transports, and they all kind of work the same way. Most of the principles that apply to one apply with some exceptions, of course. Transports, in a nutshell, I would say you're paying money to extend the movement range of your infantry. At least for the 2 first one. Obviously, Landers are a little bit different. We'll get into that later. But yeah, so when you're buying an APC, you're essentially paying 5,000 to allow certain infantry to get extra movement. I think that's a good way to look at it. Obviously, you also get another unit which you can use to block off and stuff like that. It's not just extending the movement range of your infantry. Of course, having +6 extra movement range is pretty broken. So it's not a perfect comparison, but I think it's a good way to think about it. So all transports, they share the same rates of having 6 movement. Well, the APC, the transport will have 6 movement, unless you're playing
awesome.
like Sami or Sensei, they get an extra +1. But yeah, most of the time transports will have 6 movement. They are mostly blind in Fog of War with 1 vision,
But the exception is the transport copter that actually has two missions for some reason in Photo 4. I don't really know why, but it does have that. It doesn't make it good at scouting, but it does mean it's a little bit less blind compared to the APC and the lander. It means it can move on its own and see something around it. But again, I wouldn't call it scout by any means. The transportcopter and the lander both have 99 fuel. The APC has 70 fuel, which is a little bit weird because the APC also doubles as the supply unit. It is the only unit in the game, outside of the cruiser, I guess, that can resupply fuel to other units. So it kind of has a dual purpose in that regard. Now, it's not often that I personally build APCs just for the sake of fueling. In most situations, I tend to build an APC to resupply my transport copters, which is a little bit annoying. But that's how matches tend to go, because transport copters tend to run on fuel, because they tend to be moving back and forth all the time. And you don't really want to waste time moving them all the way back to an airport. So sometimes I find myself building an APC just to keep my transport copters in the air, especially on big maps with a lot of transports moving about. But yes, I'm going to start by comparing the transport copter and the APC, because the lander is kind of like a different unit. First of all, it's a lot more expensive. It costs 12,000 as opposed to the APC's 5. And the transport copter is 5. So I think the first thing I'd like to talk about in this episode is transport copters versus APCs. Well, when should you build them? And which one has the advantage over the other? Now, obviously, on most maps, you're not always going to have an airport. So sometimes that's not really a choice you're going to have to make.
That's such a stupid. That's such a fucking.
But I would say that in most situations, the
Weird.
transport copter definitely has the advantage. I mean, it flies after all, so it can move over all terrain, including water, which gives it an advantage over even the lander. So if you have the option between building a APC or a transport copter, then most situations I would say the transport copter wins out, simply because it has more mobility and it has the same movement as the APC. It's superior in most ways. There are some minor exceptions, of course. The APC can hide more easily. You know, it can hide in forests, unlike the transport copter, so it's easier to stealth an APC. But again, this isn't really something that's going to come into play a lot in many matches. I would say that in most situations, the transport copter does win out over the APC. However, if you're playing a very elongated match that goes on for a very long time, your APC or your transport copter will run out of fuel, and you will actually be forced to build an APC to resupply it, unless you want to pull it back to an airport and resupply it that way. So you might make the argument that if you're going to build an APC anyway, you might as well build it first, right? So it kind of depends. If there's a lot of rough terrain on the map, I would definitely go for the transport copter. However, sometimes on some maps you don't always start out with your airport captured. The airport is a little bit out of the way. And if there's some properties in the center of the map that you really need to get
to,
then yeah, opening up an APC could be a wise choice as opposed to saving for a transport copter. A point in favor of the transport copter, though, is that it doesn't require a base to build. In some maps, you're very limited with your bases. Maybe you only have 2. And if you then want to build 2 infantry, you can build 2 infantry and a transport copter. You cannot build 2 infantry and an APC. So again, that's another point in favor of the transport copter. It doesn't require a base to build, and it flies. So I would say like in 8 out of 10 situations, 9 out of 10 situations, the transport copter is the superior transport to build. Should you open up transport? I mean, 5,000 is quite an investment to pay in the early game. It basically means that you'll be a tank behind your opponent. If your opponent decides to spend their money on military units and you open up a transport unit, you're behind. Sure, you might get your infantry into the center quicker, but if there's a tank there, then what good is that going to do? It really depends on the map. If it's a map that has a lot of islands on it, for example, then opening up a transport is very good. But if it's a very open map where a tank can easily get into the center, then all that's going to give you is you build an APC, your opponent builds a tank, you transport your infantry to the center, they meet a tank, and the infantry gets wiped out. You're sitting there with a completely useless APC and no map control. So, yeah, you want to be careful opening up a transport. In Fog of War, maybe you can get away with it a little bit more easily because your opponent won't see it. If you're not playing with Fog of War, then your opponent will immediately see that you're building an APC, and then they'll either respond with building an APC of their own, or they'll build a tank immediately to punish you for it. So, again, it really depends on the map. It really does. But in most situations, it's very risky to open up transport. Extremely risky. Now let's talk a little bit about the lander. So the lander is a bit of an oddity because it's very expansive and it's a naval unit. That already puts it behind. I would say it's the worst transport by far. But I would say the lander is a unit you build out of necessity. If you're playing on an island-based map where there are no airports, you literally have no choice. Now, of course, the lander is unique because it can transport 2 ground units as opposed to the APC and the transport copter, which can only transport 1 infantry or mech unit. The lander can even transport more than that if you load up an APC beforehand and you load it into the lander. So it can actually carry up to 4 units if you load 2 APCs and 2 infantry inside them. I would say this is like very useful, but it's something you can do. And of course, you gotta be careful because the lander can only unload units on shoals or on docks, so it's very limited in where it can go. But again, the lander is a unit you build when you have to build it. If you build a
This thing is
transport instead of a
still gonna
lander,
come in
you
handy
should always build a
in
transport
clutch
copter.
situations, I suppose.
Unless, of course, there's also another situation
Like when
where you
we
might
just
need a lander
really
based
need
on
to
an
get
island
back
with a lot
home
of ground base
quickly.
on them, and the island has no ground bases, which
For one
means that
reason or
the
another.
only way to get ground units onto that island is to build a lander and transport the ground units. But still, 12,000 is an insane investment for a transport. The lander, just like any other naval unit in the game, is extremely overpriced, and if you dump 12,000 money into a lander early on, you're going to be severely punished for it. This is actually one of the reasons why the AI is so weak on naval-based maps. If you don't know, then the AI often has this thing that I call the one lander policy, and that's the fact that if it has harbors, it will always build a lander. For some reason, it tends to just let the lander sit there. Yes, I know now. I have too many units deployed, so I can't build it. This can be easily replicated. There we go. So the AI will often build a single lander and just have it stand there. And if you can get it in range of it and start shooting it down, the AI will just continuously build the lander because in its script it says always have a lander. Again, the one lander policy. This is a big way you can exploit the AI, but not that it requires an exploit because the AI is so dumb anyway, but still. It's something you can keep in mind. Now, one thing that's very important to note is that when you use transports, and this is something that if you've only played Advanced Force by Web, which some people have, you'll be very shocked to know that if you're moving an infantry unit and you want to unload it, and there's a unit in its way, it's going to get trapped and you're going to lose your turn. In Advanced Force by Web, this is not the case. You don't lose your turn. You can actually do it, you can unload it even if there's a unit here, which I think is a bit stupid. Apparently they're keeping it that way because it's been part of the metagame for so long that they don't want to change it, which I really disagree with. I think that Advanced Force by Web should aspire to be as similar to the real game as possible. I don't like it when they make changes for the sake of making changes. I would rather they have an alternate mode that people can toggle on and off. That is like an Advanced Force by Web exclusive mode, and then have like a pure mode. But again, this video is not about me ranting on Advanced Force by Web, but I do wish they'd be more faithful to the original. Now, one thing that is extremely important, this applies to all transports. I'm going to talk a little bit about effective transport movement. This is incredibly important, okay? I'm going to display right now 3 different methods of moving and transporting your units. I'm going to call it the small brain, the big brain, and the giga brain. And each one is better than the last. So there are 3 different ways in which you can transport units with an APC, and this also applies to both the lander and the transport copters. I'm just going to say transports overall. And I talked a little bit about this in my war group video. If you watch that, war group beginner mistakes, I talked about wagon movement, and the same concept applies here. So I'm going to show the small brain approach to transporting your unit. So when you do the small brain approach, you're kind of treating your NPC as if you would pick up a friend after work, or if you go out and have a drink or something like that. You know, you're driving over to your friend, maybe you're picking up a girl, and it makes sense that you would drive all the way over to the girl because you don't want her to walk, right? So you're going to go like, "Hey, baby, you wanna get into my APC?" And she, "Yeah, okay, sure." You know, that's the small brain method. And a lot of new players move like this for some reason because it just seems logical. You know, you're gonna have to pick up a girl and you don't want her to walk, so you drive all the way over there and you walk into your APC. You know, standard gentleman stuff. But in terms of Advanced Force, this is terrible. You never want to do this. So I'm not going to call it big brain. Let's call it the medium brain. The medium brain approach is, well, that girl has to walk. So you drive basically over here, which is 3 tiles away from the infantry unit, and then the infantry unit walks like this, right? And this makes more sense because here you're taking into account the movement of the infantry unit itself. So already you can see the APC has picked up the infantry, but it's a little bit further ahead. But then you have the gigabrain approach, which is, okay, why not take into account the movement of the next turn? So you move the infantry first, then you move the APC within 3 tiles of the infantry. And on the next turn, we can see the difference between these movement types right here. So, in the small brain approach, the infantry gets all the way over here. In the medium-sized brain approach, the infantry gets all the way over to the city. But in the giga brain approach, the infantry gets all the way over to the other side of the screen, to the point where I actually have to delete a unit. That's how far it gets. You see the difference? That's a big difference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 squares of movement, aside from the small brain approach. So you see that? That's pretty significant. My point is, you want to take into account the full movement of both the infantry and the transport itself. Now, of course, there are some exceptions to this rule. If there are recons about, you obviously want to keep your infantry safely tucked inside the APC to protect it. But if there's no recons about and there's nothing threatening your infantry, you can see that the Giga Brain approach gets the infantry much further ahead in the same number of turns. You always want to keep that in mind whenever you use transports.
I'm running out of blocks. I should go get some more blocks.
The original position of the map.
Won't be too hard.
So, next up, let's take a little bit of a look at the APC, the transports, and the latter's survivability, shall we? Now, there is one advantage the APC has over the transport copter, and that's the fact that it's a lot more robust. Infantry will only do 14% base damage to the APC. And as always, even though I'm playing a Sami here, I'm disabling powers, so our infantry are not any more powerful than normal, as you can see, as opposed to the transport copter that takes 30% damage from infantry. So infantry are guaranteed to do 3 HP of damage to a transport copter because the transport copter will never get a big defense. That's another thing that the APC, an advantage that the APC has over the transport copter. You can put it on a city to make it a lot tougher to kill, whereas the transport copter will always take the same amount of damage, no matter what. Mechs do a lot of damage to APCs though, like a crazy amount, because they actually get to fire with their bazookas. So they'll do 75% base damage. Unlike mechs versus transport copters, that only deals 35, so it's about 3 to 4 HP of damage to the transport copter. So the transport copter is a lot more resilient to mechs than the APC. It's like the one instance of the APC being weaker than the transport copter in terms of pure survivability. Recons actually do a surprising amount of damage to APCs, considering they're like armored vehicles, dealing 45% damage. They're actually not bad at taking down the APC, unless it's on like very defensible terrain. And it can actually do the same damage, or almost the same damage to transports, 35% base damage. So, again, here, the transport copter does win out slightly. The tank does a lot of damage to the APC though. It does 75% damage. I think I said that this was the only case. Scratch that. The APC actually takes a lot more damage than the transport copter in most cases, except for machine gun fire does less to it. The tank's machine guns do 40% base damage to the transport copter. So again, the transport copter, it's not what I would call a very resilient unit, but it can certainly block some tank fire every now and then. Like putting your transport in front of your tank to block another tank is definitely a viable strategy. Medium tanks one-shot APCs. So they can break through them very easily. Medium tanks machine guns does 45% damage to the transport copter, which isn't a whole lot. It's about a little bit more than the regular tanks. Neo tanks do an absurd amount of damage to APCs, 125% base damage, so even with defensive terrain, Neo tanks will usually always one-shot APCs, so they are not reliable blockers against Neo tanks, although very few units are. The Neo tanks machine guns do 55% damage to transports, though. So they usually two-shot them. Although, if your enemy Neo tanks are targeting your transport, something weird is probably going on. The Empire does 50% base damage to APCs, so usually they'll kill them in 2 shots. Perhaps not very unexpected, the Empire does a lot to transport copters, 120% because it is an air unit, so yeah. Be careful about the Empire when your transports are moving about. Obviously, if you meet a fighter, the fighter can shoot on the transport in one go, unless you're playing a CO like Combine or Eagle, who gets additional defense on their air units, or if you're playing against the CO like Sami, who gets minus firepower on their fighters. The Battlecopter, in most cases, is a 50-50 coin flip, whether or not it kills the transport or not.
If you don't know, every single unit in Advanced Wars adds a 0 to 9% luck modifier to their attack rolls, which means that it's not actually 95%, it's 95 to 104%. And if it reaches 100%, the transport gets shot down. So about a 50-50 coin flip whether or not the transport gets shot down or not, which this is actually something I really hate. I don't like this at all, because the difference between not shooting down or shooting down a transport is extremely important, and I don't like that it's a coin flip. It makes
Hot
it too
damn.
unbased in my opinion. Of course, if you're playing Eagle or Combi, or if you're playing against a CO like Sami with less firepower, then this gets changed. But there's a lot of transport engagements in this game that are like this, and I really dislike it. Having a 50% chance to lose a unit is really bad design in my opinion, and I don't like it. But this is just the thing about Advanced Wars that never seems to change. Against indirect fire, artillery deals 70% damage to APCs. Not very often that you'll see will be attacked by artillery, but hey, there you go. Battlecopters do 60% base damage, so they do alright. Not fantastic, but alright. The bomber will one-shot APCs. The bomber does 105% base damage. But again,
I think I should replace my leggings.
Wastes its turn on an APC, you're probably in a good position. Rockets, just like battleships, do the same damage, 80% base damage.
Or perhaps it can be repaired.
Battleships have exactly the same damage output. Again, this is why I call battleships glorified rockets, or glorified water rockets. So, against machine gun fire, the APC is a lot more resistant than the transport copter, but against cannons, obviously the APC falls a lot quicker. So that's another point in favor of the transport copter. Now, let's take a little bit of a look at the lander, shall we? So, the lander. What the hell have I been doing here? Alright, yeah, so I put a lander on a shoal, or on a reef to show that it takes less damage, but obviously it's Smuggled War, so it's good. So that's really funny. So obviously, against the lander, the submarine works just like the battlecopter. It does 95% base damage, so it's a coin flip whether or not it shoots the lander down or not, unless you're fighting a seal like Drake. It's extra defense on its ships. Now, the reason why I have this reef right here, it has a lander in it. The reefs are actually pretty good in naval battles where you're forced to build landers because you get that one defense from them. This means that submarines cannot shoot them down in one go. And this is very important, so just keep that in mind. Even if you're not playing a total war, reefs are very important because they are safe zones for your transports. They cannot get shot down in one go by a submarine unless you're playing against a seal like Max with extra firepower, of course. So reefs are great. Always keep your transports on reefs whenever you can to minimize the chances of them being shot down by submarines. But yeah, as with the battlecopter, it's a 50-50 coin flip whether or not your land gets sunk or not. It's going to obviously be pretty devastating if you have some very valuable cargo in there, like medium tanks. So be very careful. You never want to send a lander out on its own, especially in Total War where there are subs about. Again, naval warfare, very rare that it happens in Advanced Wars, but there are some maps that forces you into it. Particularly, I've been playing a few matches like that in Advanced Wars by Web, where naval combat is forced, and I always have a lot of fun with it. I love naval combat in this game. I think it's a shame it's not more prevalent. With bombers, it's actually the same deal. Bombers can also do 95% damage to landers, so again, it's a coin flip. So if you can keep that lander on a reef, then it's also safe from being one-shot by bombers. Battlecopters do 25% base damage, so not a lot of damage they deal to landers at all. So it's not normally something you need to be very careful about. They can take many hits from the landers. Rockets do 60% damage, and I do believe this is the one case of rockets and battleships having very different damage output. Battleships do the same thing with subs that they do 95%. So again, you see how often this 50-50 coin flip shows up in naval battle. Battleships, bombers, and subs all deal 95% damage to landers, meaning they have a 50-50 chance of shooting them down. But the rocket is different. The rocket only does 60%, and the artillery only deals 55%. So they're actually, rockets and artillery are almost tied in damage output, which is kind of strange in a way. It is one of the few situations where the rockets and the battleships differ. So, it still doesn't mean that the landers are particularly resistant to it, but it's a little bit more resistant than you might think. And lastly, I just want to show something. Tanks can attack landers. They don't do a lot to them. They're guaranteed to do 1 HP of damage because they deal 10%. Medium tanks do 35% base damage, so they actually do a lot more than you might think. And the surprising bit is the Neo tank, who actually does a lot of damage versus landers. 40%, which is more than you'd expect a ground unit to do. So
you should be careful. If there are Neotanks running about and you have a low HP lander, it's not safe from a Neotank if it comes within range. So it's definitely something you have to be very careful about. I use that phrase a lot in these videos, but it needs to be said. And just because I know it will give some people OCD if I don't do all the simulations. Here we go. So yeah, as I said, the lander is a pretty bad unit. It's very overpriced, but sometimes you have to build it because the map demands it. But if you have the choice, you never want to build a lander if you can build another transport. So yeah, quickly summarize, the best transport is definitely the transport copter. It's more versatile, it has more mobility, it has more vision, it can fly over terrain. It doesn't require a base to be built, but you won't always get to build it because not every map has airports. APC is certainly a unit you can build, but I wouldn't open up with it, especially not if you're up against a very aggressive opponent. They will punish you for it, trust me. But you might have to build an NPC anyway to permit him to supply your transport copter. So you might not have a choice in that regard. But yeah, transports, they're a difficult unit to utilize. I would definitely say that if you build a lot of mechs, shut up now. If you build a lot of mechs, then mechs definitely require transports to be viable. Getting mechs into the center is a pain if they have to walk on their own, and having a transport drop them off, especially if you can drop them off into a mountain, can be very good sometimes. There's definitely a skilled place you can make with transports, which is why I like maps that begin you off with a transport already deployed. I find that those maps have a lot of a higher skill ceiling because that forces a transport onto the field. You don't actually have to make the decision to buy it. So I love transports. I think that skilled players can utilize transports very well. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with them, dropping mechs behind enemy lines and whatnot. But again, they are a significant investment. In competitive advanced wars, you will be punished hard for building one early. But I would say that in most big scale matches, you'd be wise to get out of transport early because they do boost your economy quite a bit. Because again, I would consider a transport as a unit that extends the movement range of one of your infantry every turn, and that does boost your capture game. And that will give you more income over the course of the match. So if you can get away with building a transport, you definitely should. Just be very careful. Don't just build one at the start of the game and think you're going to get off scot-free. So yeah, hopefully that gave you some insight into 3 different transports. As I said, I'm probably going to make an entirely separate video on the Black Boat because it is such a unique unit. It deserves a video of its own. And I should probably also mention that in Dual Strike, carriers can also transport fighters, stealth fighters, and bombers. Oh god, I'm going to have to make a video of the carrier at some point, don't I? Yeah, so anyway, guys, let me know what you think about transports. Do you like using them? Do you not like using them? What do you think about the different 3 transports? Do you think that one is better than the other? And are there actually some situations where you would advertise building a lander if you have the ability to build an APC or a transport copter? Let me hear about that in the comment section as well. My name is Nice. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
I need unbreaking on this thing. Maybe even mess some mending. Let's see what we can do. This should be 60-ish. Yeah, I guess I'll have other reasons at the moment. I want mending. Very important. I can't get mending on Maryland. And since it's a purely utility tool, I guess it's not that important that it's made of wood. But it is absurdly annoying. What are you doing in my house? That was quite a lot. Ooh, better feather falling. I'm just gonna have to hope mending will be enough. Yeah, I guess the days really are just going by a little too fast. Woo! I guess this is just a thing that happens every now and then, huh? I'll just have to accept and get used to it. Why is it storming again? Oh, holy shit. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And 2 whole ass slots.
One of the first video essays I ever posted on this channel was about Sindri, examining the way his character unravels in God of War Ragnarok, how he begins as a goofy source of comedic relief, and then transforms into this character who has been broken by tragedy, who is revealed to possess unexpected emotional depth. I still think that is an extraordinary story arc. However, the more I've played Ragnarok, the more I feel that I completely missed a very key aspect of his character in that original video. And so the purpose of this video is to fill in that missing piece. What I've come to realize is that Sindri's character is, in some ways, shockingly similar to Odin. If you've seen my video on Odin, you will know that I believe his character is all about control. His primary motivation in this story is to control everything and everyone around him. He primarily controls through lies and manipulations, but when those do not work, he is very willing to exert control through violence instead. Even his pursuit of knowledge is centered on a desire for greater control, and it is this pursuit that destroys him in the end. In his last scene, Atreus gives him one last chance to make a different choice, to give up control, to let go, and Odin just cannot do it. The exact same thing actually happens to Sindri. Sindri cannot give up control either. He too is destroyed by an inability to let go. Now, Sindri's desire for and methods of control are far more benevolent than Odin's. Odin wants to control others to protect himself. In contrast, Sindri wants to control others to protect them, to keep the people he cares about safe. Instead of lies and manipulations and violence, Sindri utilizes gifts and favors and discussion to control the behavior of people around him. He never actually forces anyone to do anything. However, as benevolent as this motivation may be, it is just as self-destructive as Odin's, because true control over others is always ultimately impossible. In the end, it turns out that Odin never really had any true control at all. Not over his family. He is not able to stop Heimdall from dying in battle against Kratos. He is not able to prevent Thor from rejecting his tyranny. He does not even have control over himself. He kills Brock because he loses patience, is overcome by anger, drops his carefully crafted disguise for no purpose. In a similar way, Sindri is not able to stop Atreus from doing whatever Atreus wants to do, and he is not able to save his brother's life. To start, let's talk about Sindri's obsession with cleanliness. Sindri is a clean freak. It's one of his most notable characteristics. This is usually played up as a sort of comedy. For example, in this scene, he asks Kratos and Atreus to wipe their feet before entering his house, and then, to his consternation, they just ignore him. He cleans up the mess, and then immediately Brock barges in, making an even bigger mess. And poor Sindri's cleaning efforts are ruined. Ha ha ha, ho ho ho. But that cleanliness is very revealing, because by constantly trying to keep his environment neat and tidy and pristine, that's really an attempt to assert control over his environment, to force his surroundings to comply with his personal desires, his view of how the world should be ordered and organized. And it is exactly because he is unable to force the people around him to behave the way he wants them to, that his attempts at keeping his environment
I need a fucking
always
thingy to
fail.
control
In contrast,
the
his brother
temperature. I gotta piss.
A far more laid back. Brock is not trying to control his environment. He lets it be dirty and messy, and he is shown to be far happier and more relaxed than Sindri. Of course, this is a silly sort of example. It does not really matter whether or not Sindri tries to keep things clean, and it does not matter when he ultimately fails to do so. There are no real consequences to that failure. However, his obsession with cleanliness is representative of a much larger and more profound flaw within his character, because this desire for control extends far beyond just objects. Sindri spends a lot of time in this story trying to keep both Brock and Atreus safe, and his inability to do so is what leads to tragedy. Let's start with Brock. Early on in the game, Sindri tells a story about how he once saved his brother's life, and we're going to listen to that story together. As you listen, I want you to try to think about what Sindri's true motivations were. What is the real reason why he fought so hard to keep his brother alive? Okay, here it is.
Long before you were born, there was an accident at the forge. Brock died. I couldn't accept it. I went to the Lake of Souls in Alfheim to steal him back. Legions of souls tried to stop me. I can still feel them crawling all over my skin. Thing is, I could only get 3 of his 4 soul parts back. Sindri, Brock just thought he got knocked out. I've been lying to him ever since. It's been eating at me lately. You have to tell him. He has a right to know. When the time is right. I told you with your father. That's not the same thing. Anyway, you did a good thing. You saved Brock's life. I caused trouble. No. I made a choice. One that wasn't mine to make. What do you mean? Choice. The other dwarves, when they saw him, they shunned us. So we left. In our own.
Notice the language he uses to describe this event. He does not say, I did this for Brock. Instead, he says, I could not accept it. Even according to his own story, he did not save his brother's life for his brother's sake. He did it for his own sake. He was the one who needed Brock to live. As far as we know, Brock was perfectly content to accept his own death. And this is absolutely a form of control. In the moment that he tore Brock's spirit from the Well of Souls, he also seized Brock's fate in his own hands. And this has consequences. As a result of Sindri's choices, Brock permanently lost part of his soul. Eventually, it will be revealed that because Brock is missing that part of his soul is not capable of finding its way to an afterlife. So when Brock dies, he just dies. And that is Sindri's fault. The writers could have framed the story in a very different way. They could have made this seem like, oh, what a good guy Sindri is. When his brother died, he fought so hard to bring him back, to give him another chance at life, because Brock's work is important, because having Brock around makes the world a better place. But instead, they choose to make it very clear that this was wrong. That's the point of Atreus' dialogue. He presents that possible other interpretation. You did a good thing. You saved your brother's life. And the writers immediately dismiss that perspective by having Sindri explicitly say, no, I made a choice. I was the one who could not handle being alone. I was the one who could not let go. The writers want to make it very clear that, at least in this story, it is wrong to seize the reins of someone else's fate against their wishes, especially when driven by selfish motivations the way Sindri is. Pursuing total control always has consequences, and what turns this story into a tragedy is that Sindri never truly learns this lesson. He can never let go of Brock's fate, and that inability to let go will eventually completely destroy him. But we'll talk about that more a bit later. During his time with Atreus, Sindri said something else that I think is absolutely pivotal to understanding his character. So let's listen to that together. Here it is.
Why are you worrying so much today?
I just need to look out for the people I care about. Keeps bad things from happening to them.
This is Sindri's primary motivation throughout the entire game. More than anything else, he wants to keep the people he cares about safe. In some ways, this is a very noble motivation. Sindri is someone who cares very deeply for the people around him, for his friends and his family. But as he revealed in that previous scene, there's a selfish aspect here too. He is keeping them safe, at least as much for himself as for them. In my previous video on his character, I focused a great deal on how much assistance Sindri provides to Kratos and Atreus over the course of these two Norse games, and how he never, ever asks for anything in return. He possesses a seemingly boundless generosity, which is mirrored in his infinite bag of treasures that he wields in battle. In the previous game, he provides them with upgrades for their weapons. He's the one who gives Atreus the mistletoe, which ultimately kills Balder. He provides them with arrow types, which are essential for completing their journey. And then in Ragnarok, he gives them a place to stay in his own home, provides them with a means to travel to realms, gives them a compass, then a light source. He travels with Atreus early on and helps keep him safe. He gives them so much. And in this dialogue, he reveals why he is doing all this, to keep them safe. It is important to understand that he does not just want them to be safe. It is a compulsive need, even an obsession. He cannot function psychologically without doing this. And for this reason, from the very beginning of the story, Sindri
I think I made the icebox a little in vain.
not possible for him to keep
Lava's just too hot.
Not even the gods in this series have the power to do this. What chance does a mortal like Sindri have? It is a simple fact of life that bad things are going to happen to the people we care about. You cannot stop that. You just have to accept it as part of life. This part of the story reminds me of the Serenity Prayer, which you have probably heard some version of before. It goes something like, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Sindri's basic flaw is that he does not possess this serenity. He cannot accept the things he cannot change. In some ways, this is admirable. Sindri will never give up. He cares too much. He loves Brock too much to just sit by and do nothing. In this way, Sindri also serves as a foil to both Kratos and Atreus. Kratos and Atreus have very similar motivations in this story. Kratos wants to do everything he can to keep Atreus safe, which leads him to being far too controlling and driving his son away, while Atreus wants to prevent the prophecy of his father's death from coming true, which leads him to make totally reckless and dangerous decisions, to fall headfirst into Odin's manipulations. However, unlike Sindri, both Kratos and Atreus grow and learn over the course of the story. One of the most important scenes in the entire game is the one where Kratos finally lets go, when he gives up on trying to control Atreus' fate, when he allows his son to go back to Asgard alone, even knowing that it will be dangerous. At the end of the game, they both let go. They both go their separate ways, which is something Sindri is never able to do. But we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here. What I want to do next is to discuss Sindri's relationship with Atreus. By the beginning of Ragnarok, Sindri and Atreus have grown much closer than they were in the last game. In the time between games, they have already gone on a bunch of little adventures together. They clearly think of each other as family, and it's really sweet. It's a really touching development. But their relationship is not as healthy as it at first seems. Their relationship is mostly made up of Atreus wanting to do all these crazy, reckless things, and Sindri saying no. No, because Atreus is this precocious child growing into a reckless young adult, trying to forge his own path through life, making his own mistakes. No matter how much Sindri tries to persuade or argue or push and pull Atreus into doing this instead of that, to choose a safer option, none of it ever works. Atreus just keeps on doing whatever he wants to do. Atreus is a bit of a brat in this story. He does not listen to his elders. Early on, there is a scene where Atreus wants to go see Freya. and Sindri tries all these different tactics to stop him from doing that. He explains in 100 different ways that it is too dangerous. He tries to get Atreus to just meet the world servant instead, to just go home after that fails. And of course, none of it works. Despite all of Sindri's efforts, Atreus still goes to meet Freya. This basic exchange happens between them over and over. And eventually, it actually starts to destroy their relationship. To see what I mean, we're going to watch 2 more short scenes together. Here they are.
I'm screwing his head back on. Not even told. What's that? Jack the wall and all of a sudden. Atreus wants to go to Asgard. Asgard? He kicked in that head. Something.
Great. I guess everybody's against me now. Just leave me alone.
Listen, let go of him. Listen. Just trying to take control.
It is very significant to me that it is Sindri who's mauled by Atreus when he transforms into that bear. That it is Sindri who tries to talk Atreus down there. And of course, it is even more significant that he fails. Sindri is suffering some very real, very physical consequences.
What do you mean I'm only getting a CD place now?
He would not have been mauled by that bear if he had simply stepped aside and let Atreus go. But Sindri is very literally not capable. That would go against the core of his character. He always has to try. We see in that earlier argument where they are both shouting at each other, it seems like Sindri cannot stand Atreus anymore. That their relationship has deteriorated in a major way by this point in the story. At the start of the game, they were such close friends, partners going on adventures together. But now that friendship is reaching a breaking point, and it's all because Sindri just cannot give up control. Listen to the words he uses. You better screw his head back on, and I mean tightly. He is telling Kratos, you have to take control of his behavior, because I have failed to do so. And of course, Kratos fails too. Everyone fails. In the story of God of War, attempts at control always end in failure, especially when it comes to Loki. That is half of every story in Norse mythology. If you try to control Loki or predict what he is going to do next, you are usually going to fail in some hilarious or terrible way. That is his role as the archetypical trickster god. To understand the full weight of the tragedy that this leads to, we are going to watch 2 more cutscenes, and these will be a bit longer. First, we're going to watch the scene where Brock dies, and then we're going to watch Sindri's reaction. As you watch, I want to ask you a question. Imagine that the writers of this game decided to make a different choice. What if they decided to have Sindri learn his lesson by the time of Brock's death? What would that scene look like? How would his character's behavior be different? What would giving up control actually mean for him? Okay, here it is.
You have to. You can't. You can't. You need to come back to me. Stop. I know what you've done. And I just stop. No.
Damn, it's crazy how fast they grow if they're in season, huh?
Sindri, I'm so sorry.
No. No, I don't want to hear it. You don't know what sorry means.
We're not letting Owen get away
With the video you invited into my home. Oh. Some of us were bigger fools than I. I gave you everything. skills, my friendship, my home, my secrets, my treasures, and you just kept taking. And now what have I got? Not even my family. Come on, sorry. It's so exciting. What can we do? There's nothing. There's only you. No matter what the cost. So what you can do is get the fuck out of sight.
As Brock is dying, Sindri desperately attempts to reassert control over his fate. First, he begs Freya to help, even if it means letting Odin get away, and then when that fails, his mind begins racing, searching for something, anything he can do to stop this. He says, maybe if I go back to the Lake of Souls, maybe if I do this, maybe if I do that. Then Brock's final words are, you've gotta stop, you've got to let go. I do not think that Brock is only referring to his own death here. I really think he's referring to everything. Brock knows that his brother has to stop trying to control everything and everyone, because it will destroy him. Unfortunately, Brock's final words come too late. As we see in the following scene, Sindri's character has already been shattered. In that second scene, we are watching a truly broken man. Something interesting here is that, in some ways, Sindri has actually started to let go. Notice that he's no longer wearing his gloves when he works at the forge. He no longer cares about whether he gets dirty. This represents him letting go of that obsession with cleanliness, which, as we discussed earlier, was only a smaller symptom of a larger disease related to his need for control. But I think this is evidence less of a choice to let go, and more of him simply giving up, which is not the same thing. In this scene, it is actually Atreus who is trying and failing to take control of the situation. It is Atreus who says there must be something I can do. But there isn't. At this point in the story, they have lost all control over events. From here, they all sort of just fall into the prophesied battle of Ragnarok. Events play themselves out almost entirely on their own. If this were a video about Kratos and Atreus, it would be worth digging into the ways they actually managed to, eventually, resist prophecy and take control over their own fates. But of course, this is not a video about them. We are going to stay focused on Sindri. My question before we watched those two scenes was, what would letting go actually look like for him? How would it change his behavior? And I think a Sindri who is able to accept Brock's death, to accept his inability to control the fate of people he cares about, would not have been totally shattered in the same way. Of course, he still would have gone through a period of mourning. He still would have been devastated. But I do not think he would have blamed Atreus. It is interesting that, back during their journey in Midgard, which we watched a little of earlier in this video, when Atreus expresses doubt over whether he ever should have freed Tyr in the first place, Sindri actually reassures him. He says, you did a good thing. You saved someone's life. Earlier in the story, Sindri was able to recognize that saving Tyr was the right thing to do. And if he was in an emotionally healthier place in this later scene, he probably still would have understood that no one is to blame for Brock's death but Odin, the one who actually killed him. But his character has been so totally broken at this point that he blames everyone. He hates everyone. He is consumed by anger and grief. Let's move on to the story's conclusion and epilogue. At the very end of the game, after our heroes have defeated Odin, they don't seem to know what to do next. They all just sort of stand around and stare at each other. And then it is Sindri who steps in and takes control of the situation. He literally rips the marble out of Atreus' hand, symbolically seizing control of the narrative. He is the one who ultimately destroys Odin. Something sort of similar happens during Brock's funeral. After Brock's body has been sent down the river, Kratos tries to speak to Sindri, and then watch what Sindri does. Here it is. Without speaking, without saying a word, just with its aggressive body language. This is Sindri once again seizing control of the situation, in the exact same way he did when he destroyed Odin. This is the next chapter for Sindri's character. Instead of trying to exert control through gifts and favors, he is going to exert control through basic aggression. At the end of Ragnarok, Sindri is in a very similar position to Kratos at the end of God of War 3. He is a man who has successfully accomplished his revenge, but lost absolutely everything on the journey. This is the paradox of love. For Kratos and Atreus, their love for each other becomes a source of great strength. For a while, it does cause them to make a lot of mistakes, but eventually it drives them both to be better, to grow. But for Sindri, his love for Brock actually ends up being his greatest weakness. It destroys him. Losing Brock causes him to lose everything, his own soul, everything that made him who he was. This is actually touched on in the Valhalla epilogue. At the end of Valhalla, there's this long cutscene in which Kratos confronts himself, and this whole monologue in which he discusses his own character and his own choices. At one point, he asks himself, if I lost everything, meaning if I lost the people I love, would I become the same angry, violent monster again? Am I just one tragedy away from becoming what Sindri became after his brother's death? And Kratos chooses no. He chooses hope. Whatever tragedy may come, he will keep fighting to remain the better man he has become. This is the same realization that Sindri needs to have. If there's any character that would really benefit from a journey through Valhalla, from an opportunity to explore their choices, to truly understand themselves, it would be Sindri. God of War has become a story where, no matter what terrible mistakes they may have made in the past, characters are able to grow and make better choices. This gives me a lot of hope for Sindri's future. While his obsessive concern for the safety of others may have been unhealthy and self-destructive, it also led him to do so many genuinely good things. Healing his relationship with Brock was the right thing to do. Helping Kratos and Atreus was the right thing to do. Welcoming Tyr into his home, a broken man without a home of his own, was the right thing to do. None of those were mistakes, and they were all driven by love. Caring for others is so central to Sindri's character that I think eventually, on the other side of grief, he will not be able to stop himself from doing it again. He is going to build a new home and a new family. At the end of Ragnarok, we are seeing him at his most broken. But that is not how he will be forever. Whenever we encounter Sindri again in the future, however long from now that might be, I believe we will encounter a character who is still driven by love and who is still choosing to do the right thing.
And my opponent will slowly start to get shot down by this battleship, and it's hilarious if I'm playing Fog. They think it's a rocket shooting on them, so you can see them starting to scout out the forest, going like, okay, where's he hiding that rocket? Not knowing that there's a battleship right there taking shots at them. I love doing this when playing as Drake on this map. Of course, it only works if your opponent is heavily committed on the right-hand side, and you're not winning the left, or if you're already winning the left-hand side and they're doing like an all-in push on the right-hand side. A single battleship could shut down that very hard and really tilt the scales of that matchup. Another map that I love using battleships on is Dragonblood. Now, this is mostly played in high funds, but if you can get a battleship on these little narrow sea lines right here, they can completely dominate the center, and it forces your opponent to actually build bombers to counter them. And then you can build fighters of your own to protect your battleships, and then you can just dominate the middle. And of course, you have these labs right here. The labs are treated as HQs in Advanced Force by Web if there's no HQ. So lock down the center with battleships, it's only a matter of time before you win by HQ cannon. Another map where battleships are very good is on this map called Icebound. Here you also have the same problem with the two labs acting as HQs, and this map very often devolves into a lab rush because you can't reinforce your labs very easily because of this river right here, which has no bridge. So building a battleship on top of these harbors right here completely locks down the lab, or it protects your lab, I should say. That makes it very hard for your opponent to rush the lab, and even during like the mid to late having battleships in the center here will cover a lot of important properties in the center of the map. So battleships can actually be very cool here. Another map where battleships are fantastic is Viridia Aqua. Here you have these narrow strips of land where the harbor actually allows the battleships to traverse between the bodies of water, something you don't see a lot. And if you can get a battleship lead here and you have like battleships in the center, you are just zoning out all the properties, and your opponent again has to rely on building bombers to take out your battleships. Then you can build fighters to protect your battleships against the bombers, and that'll put you in a very good position. Another map where your battleships are pretty good is on this map, Cool Name Island. If you watch the Advanced Wars Grandmasters tournament, you may remember that in the grand finals between Sif and Starflash, Sif actually built a battleship. We saw a battleship being built in a grand finals match in Advanced Wars, and it wasn't even high funds. Hell, we even saw a carrier in that tournament. That tournament was wild. Now, a battleship on these harbors right here will protect your island quite easily. And of course, Sif did build his battleship a little bit too late. It ended up getting shot down by artillery. But if he had gotten like the battleship out each turn earlier, I actually believe it would have been very good. So having the battleship on the harbor is what makes it so tough. Because again, while I do call them glorified water rockets, the difference, or the big difference between a rocket and a battleship is that even on a property, if you get a single tank within range of the rocket dies. In other words, it becomes pretty much useless. It's going to repair up to 6 HP next turn. It's going to have a lot of bite reduced. But a battleship on a harbor, not even a Neo tank is going to scratch that. 10% damage on a harbor. It's just going to get repaired right up. You need artillery and rockets to take out that thing, or bombers. Even bombers against a battleship on a harbor actually don't do that much. They do 52% damage, which is, don't get me wrong, it's still devastating. But if you happen to have some anti-air or fighters, or God forbid, even some missiles guarding the battleship, then the bomber's going to get shot down next turn, and the battleship is going to get repaired up to 7 HP. So having battleships on harbors makes them incredibly resilient and very good at guarding a specific area. It's not like you really need that harbor for other purposes anyway. I mean, it's not like you tend to build naval units a lot, so it's not like a rocket on a base is base blocking you from building more ground units, but a battleship on a harbor isn't really base blocking the harbor, unless you really badly need to build another naval unit this turn. But since the battleship is so rarely built and naval units are so rarely afforded, it isn't really that big a deal to have your battleship sit on a harbor. It actually does pretty well there. So, now, one of the reasons why I do tend to call them glorified water rockets is because the battleship's damage output is actually very similar to that of a rocket. The rocket deals very similar damage. If the battleship deals 95% damage to an infantry, so does a rocket. So their damage output on land is actually completely identical. However, where the battleship starts to differ a little bit from the rocket is its damage versus naval units. For example, you can see right here, the battleship does 95% damage to cruisers, whereas a rocket only does 85, which isn't that big of a discrepancy, but you're starting to see it pretty heavily versus landers, for example. 95% damage against a lander, whereas a rocket only does 60% damage versus a lander. So a battleship has a point-click chance to wipe out a lander in one shot, completely obliterated, whereas a rocket can never do that. Now, of course, you're almost never going to see landers unless you're playing on an exclusive island map, but it does happen. Like, for example, on Cool Name Island, it did happen, especially considering the players who started with landers. The landers actually became a pretty big deal, so having a battleship on this map is actually kind of important if you want to destroy the enemy's landers, and turns out that's actually kind of important once the battle for the central island starts taking place. Battleships also deal 95% damage to submarines. So again, they actually have a coin flip's chance of destroying any naval unit, aside from other battleships. And this is the one instance in which the rocket actually is superior to the battleship. the battleship only deals 50% damage to other battleship, but the rocket does 55% damage. So, for some reason, the rocket deals a little bit more damage to battleships than other battleships, but it's still probably not something that you're going to see unless the rocket is hidden within a forest and the battleship happens to dart a little bit too close. But yeah, battleships absolutely decimate cruisers, dealing 95% damage, which of course means it is a coin flip. Now, of course, there are many counters to the battleship. The battleship is very weak to an assortment of units. In Advanced Wars 2, the cruiser cannot attack the battleship. I do believe this was changed in Dual Strike, but the cruiser still didn't deal a lot of damage to the battleship, just like chip damage. So it could like finish off a weakened battleship, but not really anything else. But of course, we have to address the submarine. The submarine deals 55% damage to the battleship, which isn't enough to completely neutralize it, but it does put quite a heavy dent in it. If the battleship happens to be on a harbor, the submarine actually doesn't do that great. It does 38% damage, and most of it will be repaired on next turn, so you have some time to prepare a response against the sub. Of course, the sub will most likely be submerged, meaning the battleship can't fire back on it at all, which means you need a cruiser to protect your battleship if your opponent is building subs. However, I consider it a little bit of a win. If I'm building a battleship and my opponent has to put in 20,000 into a counter, that's already kind of balanced itself out a little bit, especially considering if the battleship gets to do something before it gets shut down by the sub, then your opponent is just sitting there with a useless sub that is not able to attack anything else. So in reality, if you build a battleship and your opponent has to build a sub to counter it, and the battleship gets to shoot a little bit, you've already really lost 8,000. And if the battleship doesn't damage before that, it might even earn itself in, considering, okay, now your opponent has sunk 20,000 into a counter to your battleship. It's not like that sub can do anything else, aside from scout, which is something that it can do in Fog of War quite well. But of course, the biggest counter to the battleship, or I would say maybe the most cost-effective counter to the battleship, is the battlecopter. The battlecopter deals 25% base damage against the battleship, which may not seem like a lot on its own, but it does start to add up when multiple copters start attacking. And considering this is a unit worth 9,000 and this is a unit worth 28,000, it is kind of a bad counter. Or a good counter, I should say, if we're talking about the battlecopter. And this does mean that as long as there are airports on the map, battleships are not going to be very useful because your opponent can just counter with battlecopters and shoot them down. Of course, if you happen to have some cruisers on hand, you might be able to protect it a little bit, but as we've been over in both the battlecopter and the cruiser episode, battlecopters do a lot of damage to cruisers if they get to strike first, which is a big problem. And of course, you also have the hard counter, which is the bomber. The bomber deals 75% damage to the battleship out in the open. That's just devastating. A bomber is a very good response to a battleship, in my opinion, because the bomber can also do other things after it's done after it's done shooting on the battleship. You can send the bomber elsewhere. It will still be incredibly useful until you have a response to it. So, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of battleships on map where airports are readily available, because there's just so many ways you can respond to them. So, yeah, it's not great. But, as I said, if you happen to have the battleship on a harbor, and you happen to have something guarding your battleship, I mean, I've actually built a missile once to guard my battleship on a harbor against the bomber. And while this is not something you see outside of high funds, it's kind of fun every now and then when it actually works out. But yeah, as I said, battleships do devastating damage to anything on the ground that they get to shoot on. This is not really their problem. Like, they have plenty of firepower. I do wish that they did a little bit more damage than the rocket. In my opinion, I think that the extra funds that you're putting into this thing should warrant higher firepower. And I think it's sad that they just copied the damage table off the rocket, as you can see right here. The damage done by a battleship is identical to that of a rocket whenever you're attacking land units, which just kind of suck a little bit. But again, I wouldn't say that the battleship is a unit that necessarily needs to shoot a lot to be effective. If you're block playing in Fog of War, the battleship is mainly used for zoning. It's being used to just push units away from an area in which you need to want to control. Now, again, I want to bring up another map, or I want to go back to a map that I showed earlier. This one, Dragon's Blood. I'm actually playing a map right now, or a match right now against Sami, and I'm playing as Kindle. And Sami is pushing heavily. Actually, why don't I just show you with the games themselves? So, I just realized I can just open up the map. So here, I'm actually going to show you a game right here. So I'm playing as Kindle versus Sami. As you can see, Sami is pushing me heavily on this side right here. And I just plunked down a battleship. And look at this. Kindle battleship on a harbor. Look at the damage. I mean, that's just magnificent, right? Boom. So that battleship now is going to shut down Sami's push. And so, as you can see, Sami's investing a lot here. Fighters, tanks, battlecopter. Like, this is not going to go well for her. She's going to have to pull away from here now. And that's good because, I mean, look at all the money she's poured into this. She's coming with a bomber now eventually, but I have an anti-air built-in response. And if this bomber right here, I hope you can see it on the screen. Yeah, you can. Whenever this bomber eventually reaches the battleship, you know, I can have some kind of response ready. I can even build a missile to protect it.
I was gonna
first,
say,
so.
it feels like it's been a while since I heard the Minecraft music. Lo and behold, it appears my prayers were answered. Of course, it's one of my favorites. The one whose name I still don't know. Jesus, this Saiga just two-shotted? Alright, let's do this. Might as well harvest these right now. The sticks are actually kinda nice. Man, I wish it kept playing. How do I only have 4 straw? I want more scaffolding. Oh yeah, I forgot about the boon of the earth from Deniable. Holy shit, that's ridiculous. What the? Lightning struck one of my piggies! It's on 2 legs now! Holy shit, it wasn't even enough for a full 999. That's strange. What do I do about that? I don't think the scaffolding was necessary. I already lost one. What the fuck? Whatever. Hot damn. This is a little ridiculous. Diamond! That was not my intention. Okay, I think I can't do that if my goal is to use Boon of the Earth. Maybe I just got unlucky. Yeah, it definitely works. Holy Jesus. the moon. I don't want to damage my gold boots right now. Ooh. Holy shit, another trident. Nice, I got a discount from him now. Why is there only one choice? Where's your Fletcher? I know you guys have one. I suppose I am simply mistaken. This is my first time hearing this. This sounds awesome. Holy shit. If only. Yes. Feels weird to do this. Definitely need an XP farm by now. We have some spawners. What's next in our progression at the moment? This is somewhat hard to answer at the moment. Find a safe place in the nether. Farm for squids. For more blaze rods. And stuffs, I suppose. We have fire resistance. which will help immensely with our survival. Fire resistance, importantly, also allows us to not have to really bother with this soul spring lamp, since our thingy works. Doing some piglin bartering would be nice too. Big ol' spot another wastes here. It's located in the ocean. I think I can make it work. Jeez. Depth Strider, baby. We actually swim faster than we walk. Well, since we're here, I just realized I don't have enough. I don't have the blocks to make a portal. Oh, it's still mostly just nether wastes around here. It could work. The hell? Oh, I already got this. I want a video as background noise.
this bomber eventually reaches the battleship, I can have some kind of response ready. I can even build a missile to protect it further. So the battleship can actually be pretty good when utilized correctly. So it's kind of funny. Actually, I felt like I could show you. So the battleship, as I said, it's all cookie units, active units. I don't really know why. I didn't start off the series intending to show every single outcome, but whenever I forget to show the battleships or a unit's damage against a certain unit, I always get a bunch of angry comments like, "You're going to show the battleship attacking Frankfurt. Why aren't you show it?" So I get to see all the damage values. But I don't think it's really important to memorize the battleship's damage values because, quickly said or easily summarized, if the battleship gets to shoot at something, it'll most likely do heavy damage to it, and that unit will be pretty useless. So it's not really something you need to remember, but I guess it helps to know roughly the damage outputs from some lost force. I think at this point I do pretty much know all the damage values in my head,
Cool.
which does help your decision making a little bit, especially when you have to play on the fly. So, yeah, no, I think the battleship is actually a fantastic unit when the map allows for it being built. And building one can take your opponent by surprise. It may be something that they're not expecting. And while I think a more fair price for the battleship would probably be somewhere around 80 to 20,000. I still think that it actually has its uses and it can be built and it can be really devastating when used right. So I do understand the huge price tag. I actually do. Because if you nerf their price too much, then you actually risk them being quite broken on certain maps. So this is kind of what I would like to ask you guys. What do you think would be the acceptable price for a battleship to make it viable in competitive PvP? I've seen some people go as low as like 14,000, which I think is ridiculous, but hear your reasoning. What do you think the battleship is actually worth? What would you price it in order to make it viable? And are there any other changes you would like the battleship to have? Obviously, I have not mentioned the fact that in Days of Ruin, they gave the battleship the ability to move and shoot. This makes it into such a different unit that I'm probably going to review it as a separate entity in a different video. I will get into the Days of Ruin annual strike units eventually in the series, guys, I promise. But yeah, the battleship in Days of Ruin is a completely different unit as far as I'm concerned. It's more expensive, but being able to move and shoot actually makes it really damn good. So I don't even consider it the same unit. It's a brand new unit. They should call it something else as far as I'm concerned. And obviously, in some of the earlier games, like Super Famicom, of course, the battleship can actually attack. I think honestly, it should still be able to do that because it is a battleship. It is an armada that's supposed to fight everything on the ocean. So I do think it's a little bit ridiculous that it cannot defend itself from attacks coming from the air. But yeah, I'd love to hear what you have to say about the battleship. As I said, it's one of my favorite units. I love it. Always such fun when it's being built. I love that we got to see it in a grand finals match in a tournament. Battleship is great. Thumbs up for Battleship. And I'll see you guys in the next episode of Unit. Bye bye.
This isn't where I hoped to spawn. I wasted a fire potion. Not very happy about that.
The rules are quite simple. At the end of each mission, I have to show the unit's lost map, and it needs to be 0 before I can claim victory. Rankings don't matter. How I beat a map don't matter. The only objective is to win the map without a single loss. I am allowed to do things like combine my units together, as this does not count as a loss, and I think this will be a pretty viable strategy on most maps. The goal is to make it all the way through the campaign and defeat Sturm at the end without having lost a single unit. This means that I don't have to defeat every single map in the campaign, as it is not required to unlock the final factory mission. So there definitely will be some strategy in which maps I choose to play and which one I choose to skip. So, the question is, can it be done? Can you defeat the hard campaign of Advance Wars 2 without losing a single unit? Well, let's find out. The hard campaign starts off with Mission 1, Border Skirmish, and it's a pre-deployed map with Sami versus Flak. Flak is a terrifying opponent in this challenge because of its unpredictable luck damage, so I have to be very careful when its powers are ready. Even though Flak's army vastly outnumbers my own, I do have the advantage of a choke point, so it's easy to make Flak box up his army. Since I start off with an artillery, a rocket, and 2 battlecopters, I have a lot of freedom in how I wish to approach this map. Flak does have an artillery and rockets of his own, however, so I need to be careful. However, he only starts with 2 anti-air, so the moment we take those down, our battlecopters have free reign to harass his units as they please. But that doesn't mean they can do whatever they want. During the battle, one of my battlecopters actually gets brought down to 4 HP thanks to Flak's luck damage, so that gave me a brief heart attack. Still, this mission is actually pretty easy. After I deal with Flak's medium tanks, I am free to cross the river and mop up his remaining forces, though there are a few close calls with his artillery nearly killing one of my mechs. I think to end this map in style with a victory march, but I foolishly destroy Flak's last APC, winning the match. And then I realized I never showed my scoreboard, so I have to restart the map as this is one of my core rules. And this time I'm able to show proof that I have 0 units lost. I beat the map and still managed to pull off an S rank. Pretty cool. Let's move on to the next one. Up next is Mission 2, Orange Dawn, one of my least favorite hard campaign maps. This time we play as Max going up against Flak in a map that requires you to take the most tedious roundabout path possible. On top of that, you have to sit through a black cannon animation at the start of Flak's turns, which gets old really fast. My standard strategy for this map is to build an early APC and send some infantry across the map to capture the harbors in order to get some battleships out. You can use Flak's own cannon against him, as while the AI is programmed to avoid it, it will still take engagements within its range if it is able to do so. So the idea is to use the Black Cannon to force Flak to bottleneck himself on the bridge where your battleship can shoot down his units. Turns out that this strategy is not viable in this challenge though. The Black Cannon does hurt Flak's troops, but it also sends them into repair mode, forcing Flak time to retreat them back, and this will allow him to reinforce with fresh units to the front lines that can kill off my troops. This makes me lose an infantry, and thus I have to restart the map. On my second try, I changed my strategy a little. I do open up an AC, but this time I also build a tank. Infantry aren't strong enough to hold a bridge on their own, but a tank might be if I can follow like a flak infantry approach. This works much better, as flak's infantry can't take down my tank unless it is really low. But the strategy is still far from foolproof, because flak's powers still allows him to do a lot of damage to my vehicles if he gets lucky, meaning I have to constantly watch his power bar. Still, patience is the name of the game here, as I accrue more and more battleships as time goes by, and eventually I'm able to reach a critical mass where I'm able to just blast away most of Flak's dangerous units as they approach me. And the only thing left to do is hold my breath every time he pops one of his powers. Flak can do a total of 40 luck damage with his brute force and 80 luck damage with his barbaric blow, so I need to watch my units' HP carefully whenever they're about to come around. The rest of the battle is a slow turtling forward with battleships, but I also have to build up a large force of tanks. Flak still has some indirects which are very strong on this map, and with his powers pop, they can easily force a reset if they target my tanks or an infantry. And because of Max's -1 range on indirects, I cannot outrange Flak's rockets with my battleships, meaning I have to rely on a push with Max Blast eventually. After I successfully bait out barbaric blow from Flak when none of his units are in range to capitalize, I pop my superpower and roll my tanks forward, taking out Flak's rocket. At this point, the match is pretty much won, but I still play carefully as I advance towards this HQ with my tanks, as Flak's mechs are still capable of one-rounding them if they roll max luck with his powers up. This luckily does not happen, and I'm able to claim my victory on day 34 with no losses. And it turns out I still get a perfect S rank. Seriously, the Advanced Wars 2 campaign requirements are way too lenient, even on hard mode. I get that they went a little too crazy with its rankings in Advanced Wars 1, but a middle ground would be nice. Up next is Mission 3, Andy's time. This chapter is the first to introduce black cannons, stationary structures with long ranges that deals a fixed amount of damage to units they fire on. But luckily, they can't destroy units, only bring them down to 1 HP, so they're not super dangerous in regards to this challenge. For this mission, we need to destroy a large black cannon outside, and in the hard difficulty version of the map, there's also 2 additional mini cannons on the right. It turns out, however, that my normal strategy for this mission does not need to be altered at all for this deathless run. You can win this map without taking any casualties by simply choosing to recon rush Flak. The recons can bypass the mini-cannons and reach Flak's infantry before they can capture anything of note. And for some weird reason that I don't understand, Flak never builds any units on day 5, which allows my 2 initial recons to base block him completely, shutting down his production of new units. This turns the mission into an absolute cakewalk, as I can take my time routing Flak's remaining infantry with my recons, while I send a transport copter across the map to capture the lab map base, which I will use to build a rocket and start attacking the black cannon. I do decide to pick up the lab map, which unlocks the only optional mission in the Orange Color campaign, though I am unsure if I even want to attempt that mission in this challenge, as it sounds really tough, but we'll save that one for later. Anyway, I blow up the black cannon to win this mission, and once again I get a perfect 300 S rank. Easy peasy. With the 3 first missions beaten, we can now choose where we go next, though the choice doesn't really matter too much in the end, as we have to clear all Orange Star missions to unlock the factory level, with the exception of the lab mission, of course. I decided to start with the easiest map first, which is C for War. This is one of my favorite missions of the hard campaign, as it features a battle between Andy and Hawk, where they are only allowed to build naval and air units.
Shit, I forgot to take my waystone.
Shines. Not only does his repair-based powers counter Hawk's global damage, but being able to restore 5 HP to expensive units like fighters is just really nice. And the 1 extra movement he gets is really good in a battle like this, where striking first is everything. Going into this map, I figured it wouldn't be all that challenging to do it deathless, and it turns out I was absolutely right. As long as you're careful and stay out of Hawk's range, it's very easy to keep your own units alive, especially with Andy's repair powers. I even deployed cruisers to take down Hawk's fighters, that dart into my range with little regard for their own safety. And the cruisers don't take any damage back, so they're very ideal for this job. It's not a very exciting mission as I work up a death ball and slowly push it towards Hawk's base, but it is nice to get a calm mission before the storm, because I know what's coming up next. Hey, that's another victory with 0 losses and another easy S rank. Let's move on to the next one. Up next is Mission 5, Mountain Ops, another one of my least favorite hard mode exclusive missions in Advanced Wars 2. This one features a battle in the mountains between Sami and Lash, and I thought this was going to be a complete snooze fest, but it actually ended up being one of the more exciting missions in this run. Normally, how I tackle this map is to spam Max and slowly march across the southern mountains, as the northern Black Cannon shuts down most of the upper part of the map. In a Deathless challenge, however, Max spamming does not sound very attractive, as having tons of squishy units all over the map means that I run a pretty big risk of one of them getting picked off, especially when Lash pops her Prime Tactics, which allows her units to dart over terrain at no cost, and also gives her infantry 80% extra firepower in the mountains. And that sounds like a restart waiting to happen. So instead I opt for a more stealthy approach. I build a single APC and transport my infantry to the two northern bases, while building as few units as possible so I can save up for a horde of rockets. I activate one of the missile silos to damage Lash's infantry to slow down their capture range, and I also use my APC to bait out Lash's missile, as it always targets the most valuable unit on the field. After that, I start spamming out rockets in force, and build a single medium tank to protect the choke point. And the plan is that once I reach a critical mass of indirects, I need to take down the Black Cannon and get a single infantry within range of Lash's HQ so I can end the game with a victory march. Turns out, however, that is not going to be easy. You see, since I cannot sacrifice my own units, I also cannot take a lot of engagements, and that means my victory march builds up incredibly slowly, as you only get 50% power charge from killing units in Advanced Force 2. Since I don't really want an infantry battle with Lash in the mountains, this means letting her take the southern base, which means she now is slowly starting to creep up on me from all sides. I really start to sweat once her first Prime Tactic comes in, as I have to account for her units being able to traverse terrain, which can easily lose me a unit if I'm not careful. As Lash's unit starts to build up to a critical mass, my victory march is nowhere near ready, and I'm worried that if this keeps on going for much longer, then at some point Lash will be able to snipe off one of my weaker units. So I decide to take a daring gamble. Lash doesn't have a lot of units around her HQ, and it is completely exposed, so I decide to try and cap it the traditional way. Sadly, Lash sees it coming, and she builds a tank to stop it. Not sure if a Lash tank on a base is capable of interrupting a Sami HQ cap, so I actually go to Advanced Force by Web to boot up the damage calculator to check. And normally, Lash does not have a shot, but her Prime Tactics is dangerously close to being ready again, which will definitely let her do it, as you need to reduce the camping Sami infantry to 3 HP to interrupt the capture. However, while my victory march may not be ready, my double time is, and powers in Advanced Force 2 gives your units 10% bonus defense, which is just enough to ensure Lash cannot interrupt my capture. So I pop my normal power, and with 0 deaths, I am able to capture Lash's HQ and send her scurrying away from the mountains. This mission is a grind, but I'm not complaining, it was actually a lot of fun. Up next is the mission I've been dreading since the start, Power Rescue. On this map, you control a pre-deployed army as Max going up against Adder, and you have to navigate yourself through a fog of war maze filled with indirect units and living units. This mission is a bit odd as it presents itself like you're on some kind of timer, but this actually isn't
God,
the
there's
case.
too many new
There's a
things
stationary
going on.
rocket on your HQ which prevents Adder's infantry from capping it, and there's no day limit on the mission itself, so you can just take your
In
time.
the
It's
in
actually
modded
a
Nether,
rough map. And that's exactly
I'm just
what I end up
genuinely
doing.
too
I take out
scared
the defensive formation around my starting position, and I just let Adder's units come to me. About half of his units
to
are
do
unrested,
anything.
meaning they will move towards you at max speed. So if I just hunker down and kill them as they come, that means I can cut the amount of defense I have to deal with on this map by half. Still, despite doing this map is still terrifying, as Adder has both indirect units and anti-air hidden in the woods, meaning I have to take baby steps. One misstep, and I have to restart, and that is absolutely nerve-wracking. Luckily, I've played this mission a bunch of times before, so I know roughly where Adder's units are hidden, so it's quite easy to scout them out using my battlecopters and take them out. Still, there is some uncertainty on this map, as it's not always easy to know where Adder's anti-air are at all times, and with its movement boosting powers, you never know when they might suddenly be in range of your battlecopters. Speaking of battlecopters, you start with 4 of them in this mission, and they are extremely helpful. But it is also very important to keep your APC alive, because if not, your copters will definitely crash due to a lack of fuel, as there's no airports here where they can resupply. And a crashed unit is treated as being lost, by the way, so I have to be careful. I make my way slowly through the maze, and I pop my first superpower kind of early on as I run into a wall of indirects in front of a minican. and I'm able to sweep them off the map with relative ease. The rest of the chapter is a slow crawl as I scout out each forest meticulously, making sure there's no sneaky units coming in to ambush me from out the fog. I also take every chance I get to repair my units at allied cities, making sure my army is on full health before I move on to the next destination. Halfway through the map, I park my rockets in one of the forests and start taking pot shots at the enemy units around my HQ. But I have to be careful not to shoot on the rocket, as that might make it go into repair mode, which will leave my HQ undefended. Still, at this point, it really just is all about crawling slowly forward inch by inch. I hope those prisoners of war aren't being tortured. Towards the end, I almost ruined my entire run, as I use a battlecopter to scout some woods, only to realize that this costs fuel in fog of war. My battlecopter is now on 0 fuel, and my ABC is on the other side of a freaking river, and I can't even combine it with another battlecopter as it is on full health. There's a single recon left that I can see, and I just have to hope it's the last one. And thankfully it is. I would not have relished restarting the map at this point. With 0 deaths, I beat this dreadful mission. Somehow, I'm still able to get an S. What the actual hell? At long last, the factory mission is unlocked, and we are ready to wrap up the Orange Star campaign. But first, I would at least like to attempt the lab mission. I know it's going to be hard, but beating it will let me build Neotanks as Orange Star, which can potentially come in handy for future missions. So let's attempt Mission 7, Test of Time. Why do I dread this mission so much? It's a pre-deployed map where you control Andy, and you have to capture Flag's lab within 7 days or route his forces. This mission is brutal because it has a so I can't just camp my starting position and deal with Flag's units as he charges at me. I have to advance forward. Flag have a ton of stuff, including medium tanks, artillery and rockets hidden in the woods, and even a goddamn battleship in a lake. How did that even get there? This means I'm going to have to play it defensively for at least the first few turns. It's easy to make Flag choke up his units as the AI have to put them in a very specific sequence, meaning it's very bad when it comes to cracking orders. It usually ends up placing things like recons in front of your medium tanks and just having them stand there doing nothing. By placing my strong troops in front and my indirects at the back, I can easily blast away Flag's scary troops from a safe position. Well, at least until he pops Barbarian Blow. At that point, it really is up to the RNG gods. In case you didn't know, the AI actually cheats with luck damage to the Task Force. It actually knows beforehand how much damage it will do, so if there's a high number coming up, the AI will take advantage of it if possible. Luckily, Flag's first superpower is a flop, and I don't end up losing any units, and that sniper upgrade comes in at the perfect time to mitigate most of the damage he was able to do. At this point, I have to charge forward, as I don't think I'll be able to capture the lab without taking casualties, so I instead opt to go for a Rouch. This is not easy, however, as Flag has not one, but 2 artillery positioned directly adjacent to each other in the woods, with mountains on either side, making it impossible for me to approach them without taking damage. However, I am able to bust into his lab area and wipe out almost every single unit he has, but with only 2 days left on the timer, it's going to come down to a few clutch moves. However, a Flag recon suddenly decides to appear near the artillery, and I realize I don't have the damage output to take them all out. I pop my hyper repair to squeeze out every last drop of firepower I can, but sadly it is not enough. Flag's artillery still stands, and I lose the map. So, while that didn't go great, this mission is far more readable than I first thought, so I decided to give it another go. The second time around, I'm far more aggressive with my troops, opting to blast away Flag's units even though it risks letting his medium tanks come to the front lines. As he pops his barbaric blow, I hold my breath and pray to Nell for good luck, but fortunately the AI is completely incompetent and places recons in front instead of attacking with his other units. This allows me to push forward with a well-timed hyper upgrade, and I go super aggressive, knowing that time is not on my side. Sadly, I go a little too reckless and my recon gets picked off by one of Flag's tanks, forcing a reset. This mission is really turning out every bit as brutal as I thought, because you have to find the perfect balance between pushing forward and playing defensively, and it ain't easy. On my third try, Flag's battleship decides to get annoyed by targeting my rocket on the cities, which limits my firepower. Still, I am able to push through and deal a hefty amount of damage, but sadly I make the same mistake again and lose my recon. But not before I notice that Flag has a goddamn lander hidden in the reefs. Man, they really did not want the player to rout them here. If I'm going to beat this mission, I will have to set up my indirects to take out that lander. Otherwise, it is not going to work out. Attempt number 4 begins, and at this point I'm starting to get a good feel for how much I can push forward without being punished. I clear out most of Black's initial units around my starting position, and this time I use an EBC to load a mech into the mountain, which allows me to pick up the artillery in the woods. However, I spent too long in the northern section of the map, and by the time I move my forces towards Black's lab, I just lack the firepower to clear away the final rocket hit from the woods, once again timing me out of the mission. At this point, I have to revise my strategy a bit. It's clear that routing Black is too difficult due to the amount of units he has hidden in the woods. So I asked myself, why don't I try capturing the lab? Black has a lot of indirect units, sure, but they're mostly hidden in the north section of the map, away from his lab. So I instead tried to focus on pushing over the bridge to see if I can capture it in
what
time.
used to be
And
here?
it turns out that this is much easier than I first thought. As long as I drop my mech off within the rocket's minimum range, it gives me enough time to clear out the area around the lab before I start capping it with 2 days left. As Black pumps one final brute force, I hold my breath, hoping there's no hidden recons or tanks in range. And luckily, there's not. With 1 day left on the timer and 0 deaths, I move to capture the lab and claim my Neotank schematics. That was incredibly hard, and it might just be the only lab mission I attempt in this entire challenge, as they only get harder from here. But at the very least, I have my neotanks now, and that is a very good thing. Phew. And finally, at long last, it's time to take the factory mission in Mission 8, Liberation. This time around, we can actually select our CO between Andy, Sami, and Max. I decided to give Max a go because of its high firepower. In order to beat this mission, we have to blast open a pipe seam. They have about as much durability as a neotank. However, in this mission, Flak also starts out with a factory, which can deploy up to 3 units that can move right away. The deployment order for the factory is set for each mission, and it is different from normal to hard mode. These are the units Flak will deploy each day. It goes all the way down to day 32 before it resets and starts over. This should make the level fairly predictable because you'll always be facing the same units. However, there is a huge element of RNG to factory missions that can completely change how difficult they are. You see, every single unit that gets deployed by a factory gets 1 out of 7 randomly assigned AIs, though these are not all equally likely to occur, but if you're lucky, most of Flak's factory units will get an AI that causes them to just kind of screw off and remain passive for most of the fight. However, if you're unlucky, they will charge straight at you. At this point, the mission becomes impossible. So it really comes down to a good dose of luck. On my first attempt, I get very lucky, as Flak's initial units decide to guard his infantry, meaning they just follow them around as they capture properties. This means I'm free to march my infantry north across the river to go take on his northern base. If I manage to successfully capture it, I can deploy a neotank on the base directly below the pipeline, and that's pretty much GG. Flak does have a very nasty spawn of units on day 4, however, as its factory produces a bomber, a medium tank, and artillery. At this point, I still have not captured any of the northern bases, and it's clear I'm taking a little too long, as now I have several Flak units heading towards my position. I tried to hit him with a missile to slow them down, but it's not enough. The medium tank, bomber, and recon all close in on my HQ, and from there it's pretty much only a matter of time before I lose a unit and have to reset. So I realized Max was probably a pretty poor choice for this mission, since it's all about capping properties. So on my second try, I decided to give Sami a go. Once again, I am very lucky as Flak's initial recon and helicopter does not charge at me, giving me time to march across the river with my infantry.
Nice.
I hit my first missile on Flak's infantry to slow down their capture game, as this will buy me valuable time, and this proves to be much more effective. Before long, I started capturing the northern base, and even get a neotank out on the middle one. But Flak's units are now moving towards my base in full force, spearheaded by neotank. I make a huge error in my build order, as I'm 900 funds short to deploy a neotank on the base right underneath the pipe seam, which would have been a victory. Instead, I'm forced to retreat my infantry back as they get one-shot by neotanks on planes, but sadly they can't all outrun Flak's neotank, and once again, I'm forced to reset. The next couple of tries go way more poorly, as all of Flak's initial units get the aggressive
I'm never gonna gain any level.
at me straight away. This forces me to build units in my HQ to defend against them, and this is an instant defeat since I won't have the economy to produce
And I just remembered what used to be here.
Flak overruns me. Besides, I get one of my HHP infantry picked off by an anti-air, so I have to reset. After that follows the bunch more attempts where flex units once again all get the aggressive AI, so I just make it a habit to reset every time that happens, as it's just not going to work out. After multiple restarts, I get a good roll of RNG, as most of flex units are passively either hanging around his HQ or protecting his capping infantry. And at that point, it really is a very simple anticlimactic march over the river with some of his infantry, capturing the northern base, deploying a neo-tank, and with 0 deaths, destroy the pipeline. Man, what an incredibly stupidly designed mission. Now that we've liberated Orange Star, we can now choose freely between the missions of Blue Moon and Yellow Comet. I've always preferred going Blue Moon first, but I will be employing a cute little trick at the end of the campaigns, which I'm sure some of you guys are familiar with. The Blue Moon missions I actually think will be some of the easiest ones in this challenge because I get to play with very strong COs and with objectives that won't change my playstyle all that much, such as in Mission 9. Tanks. In this mission, you play every Grit Main's wet dream, being fortified in a defensive location with rockets and artillery everywhere, while Adder attempts to force his way through with a brigade of tanks. This mission is, as you might expect, pretty damn easy to do deathless, since all you need to do is destroy Adder's units before they can get near you, which is kind of the point to begin with. Though it's not completely without danger, as you can easily lose a stray recon if Adder spots it, so yeah, gotta be a little bit careful. Though once I figure out where to best position my units, it really is like shooting a fish in a barrel. As long as I focus on the mechs, which can actually be a little dangerous, and as long as I utilize the missile silos correctly, this mission is pretty much a free win. But oh man, is it ever so much fun to play. Easily one of my favorite quick missions of all time. Up next, we are going to Olaf's hometown, and a mission I love so much I made an entire video about it. Toy Box. This mission features Olaf fighting Lash in a dystopian hellscape that was once his former hometown. And narratively speaking, it is a fantastic mission. Gameplay-wise though, it's kinda boring. The map is incredibly choke-pointed, but for this challenge, that's actually a good thing. I can exploit the AI by trapping one of Lash's recons in front of my 5 HP tank. And since it won't shoot on me in fear of being retaliated upon, it will just stay there, as it's coded to move at max distance towards enemy units. So it just ends up getting stuck here, and since this is the only place where Lash's troops can enter, I can bottleneck her like an army while I blast away at her with indirects. This isn't 100% safe though, as Lash's mechs can still dash over the mountains to pick up my rockets, so I have to play it safe. On my second attempt, I built
lot of Nagas, what
much
the
faster,
fuck?
and I set up a literal wall of artillery and rockets that keep blasting away at Flash's units until they build up to a critical mass. And due to the way I approach the mission, it is probably the slowest one I've played so far. I have to inch forward at a snail's pace because Flash has many indirect units around the map, which makes it unsafe for me to approach them. And if she happens to pop her prime tactics at the moment, I can easily lose a unit. This is also the chapter where you pick up the lab map, and I will probably try my hand at that next. Towards the end of this chapter, I even deploy a few battleships, because I still don't feel safe storming Lash's HQ, and in the end it takes me a grand total of 30 freaking days to beat this map with 0 losses. Surely I won't get an S rank this time around. Jesus Christ. Up next, we unlock a bunch of different missions, but I want to try my hand at the lab map, as I feel I might need neotanks later on in this challenge. I decided to pick Colin as my CO, as his lower deployment cost will serve nicely. I did say earlier that I thought the lab missions would become harder and harder, but that's mostly the Yellow Comet and Green Earth ones. This map is actually laughably easy. Lash has a bunch of extra pre-deployed units on hard mode, which may look a little intimidating early on, but this map is generous enough to give you 6 missile silos around your base, which is more than enough to trivialize it. On day 3, Lash clumps up a bunch of her units conveniently in time for us to launch our Q-Force missiles, which moves all of our battlecopters incredibly low. Thanks to Colin's low prices, I can get 2 anti-air out in time to mop them up before they kill one of my infantry. Then it's just a matter of using my 2 initial tanks to prevent Lash from getting to neutral base, and then I can blast the units around her lab 3 times with my missiles until they all go down to 1 HP and enter repair mode. At which point it's simply a matter of transporting an infantry up to the lab with an APC and capture it. With 0 hits,
Okay.
I take the lab.
Mending's kind of OP, isn't it? I just realized all my shit's full durability. Honestly, you can get away with using gold tools
So
as
that
long as
brings
they have
us to
mending.
unlock the second batch of maps.
Not
Now
gonna
might be
lie.
a good time to talk about mission skipping. Every continent has a total of 8 missions. 6 regular ones, 1 secret lab map, and a factory level, which you need to beat to clear the campaign. The factory level is unlocked when you beat 4 out of the 6 normal missions. This means you can skip 2 for each continent after Orange Star, the lab map not included. I can therefore be a bit strategic in deciding which ones I want to play and which ones I want to skip. An obvious one to skip is 2 weak tests. In this mission, Colin has to survive against a superior lad bombarding him for 14 days. And normally, this is one of the most trivial missions you can play in the game, since you can just delete your starting army and wait 14 turns in a row since the AI is too dumb to capture your HQ. But sadly, deleting a unit counts as a loss, so that's not possible in this challenge. Therefore, I decide to skip it, and I instead decide to try out the second Olaf mission, T-15. And oh boy, that proved to be a huge mistake. In this mission, you play as Olaf, and you have to capture a bunch of cities surrounding a giant missile within 15 days. This alone wouldn't be so bad, but you're up against Flak and his random luck damage, which is annoying as hell. But that's not actually the reason why this mission is so hard. You see, you start out with several large pre-deployed armies on the map, but in the bottom part, you have a very small army consisting of 2 mechs, 3 anti-airs, and a rocket, separated from your other 2 armies by a pipe seam. And Flak has a death squad of 4 bombers and 4 battlecopters headed straight for them. Now, since you only start with 3 anti-airs, it doesn't matter if all 3 of them get the first strike on Flak's bombers. They will all take some counterattack damage back, and then one of them will be finished off by the 4th healthy bomber. I do everything I can to try and save the bottom group, like placing a missile in range to help out, but all it can really do is shooting down a single battlecopter, so that doesn't really solve anything. On this map, you do get some help from Andy, who arrives with a few pre-deployed air units, but he's on the other side of the map and can't really do anything to help the bottom group. I tried several times to beat this map, but I actually don't think there is a way to do it deathless. I cannot break through the southern pipe seam in time to rescue the bottom squad, so I have to throw in the towel here and move on. After getting my butt pounded by Flak, I feel like taking on one of the easier missions in the Blue Moon mission in Reclamation. A fairly standard battle where you get to use Colin against Slash. This map features an incredibly annoying laser cannon that makes it tough for your initial units to advance, and a single misstep means a restart. But just like in the previous map where we faced one of these monstrosities, this laser cannon can be cleverly used against Slash as well. And once I get my units past the initial hurdle, it actually becomes more helpful as it even interrupts Slash's captures. My game plan for this mission is quite simple. Capture the southern airport and spam cheap battlecopters to harass Slash. She does actually start out with an anti-air on the hard mode version of this map, but it's locked into a stationary AI, meaning it will only move if units come close to it. So as long as you dance around its range, it's absolutely harmless. The second objective of this map is to secure the missile silos before Lash can get to them. And once I take the western base, it becomes quite easy to stall out Lash's forces as I build up my cash those levels. Why am I doing this, you may ask? Well, isn't it obvious? Just because I'm doing the challenge doesn't mean I'm not allowed to have a lot of fun. Say hello to 225% increased firepower. Ah, just look at these delicious numbers. Fair and balanced, everyone. Now, even though power of money is not the real reason why Colin is so broken, it is probably one of the most fun superpowers to play around with. Everyone has done this at some point during the campaign, and those who claim not to are liars. After 30 days of playing around with Lash, I beat them up with 0 losses. And at this point, it's not even funny anymore how lenient this game is on its S-rank requirements. Up next is a mission I was going to skip in favor of T-15, but now I realize I have to do it. Mission 13, Nature Walk. This is the second Grit mission, and it is not one of my favorites. On this map, Grit has to beat Lash in a race to his own HQ by moving his forces through 3 black cannons barring his way. And because of this, he has to use the forests as cover, hence the title Nature Walk. I always thought this was a strange mission for Grit because its indirects are kinda at a disadvantage here. Rockets are not very good at moving through woods, and the fact that you have to raise Lash means that setting up to shoot just slows you down. I would have personally taken Olaf's global damage over Grit's extra range on this mission any time. I think the idea behind using Grit for this mission is that he's better at picking off the black cannons, but I never bothered to destroy those anyway, because once you get close enough to shoot on them, you're usually past their range of fire, so they become a non-issue at that point. The big problem with this mission is that Lash starts capturing your HQ at day 13, and takes it on day 14 if you don't interrupt it. So you are on a timer. You do start with a lot of rockets and artillery, but if you stop too much to fire, then Lash's infantry will run away from you. So you have to find a good balance between moving forward and setting up to shoot. At first, this seems rather easy, but the real problem starts when you reach the halfway point, as Lash has a ton of units hidden in the woods everywhere. And if a single one of my units gets spotted, that's pretty much a guaranteed restart. I tried multiple attempts at inching my units, but it always ends the same way. I run into a unit in the woods, and that unit gets picked off immediately, making this mission feel a lot more like just rolling the dice as opposed to being actually careful. After several failed attempts, I decided to try a different strategy. Since the objective of this mission is just to have a single one of my units touch the HQ, I decided to keep my entire army around my starting position and just use it to blast away at Lash's approaching units, while a single
This isn't very practical.
infiltration tank stealths through the left side woods where Lash doesn't have that many units, and to my surprise, it works beautifully. The tank is able to sneak its way all the way up to the HQ, and with 0 units lost, I'm just able to win this mission on day 8. Nature walk, more like cakewalk. At long last, we've evolved the Blue Moon factory level, but as I teased earlier, we won't be doing that right now. We are instead heading over to Yellow Comet, and this will make sense later. Let's start off with what I assume will be a free win. In Mission 14, Silo Scramble. In this mission, you play as the Emperor himself, Comeback, and you have to race Flak to the missile silos in the center of the map. And this mission isn't really much more difficult than Hard Mode at all. Black has some additional starting battle filters and some pre-deployed submarines for some reason, as if you'd ever buy naval units as Comeback. Speaking of Comeback, he's absolutely broken in this game. What the hell were the developers thinking, giving him 30% firepower in defense? Playing as Comeback feels like you're using cheat codes, but for a challenge like this, I'll take any help I can get. Now, of course, Black still does have his luck damage, which would be bothersome for any other CO, but due to the way defense or counters luck in this game, this map is just cakewalk. All I need is to reach the missile silos in time, which is easy to do since the AI is stupid, and with them I can just blast away with my screws, and there's very little threat to me. I just roll over him with my tanks and put them on top of his bases, and on day 20, with 0 deaths, I take off his last submarine with a rocket. Convoy is victorious. Up next, it's time for Sensei's Return, one of my favorite Yellow Comet missions in the campaign. On this map, you play as Sensei against Adder in a full war match where air units are really made to shine, as most of the landmass is extremely narrow. Normally, this mission is a super fun play, as Sensei is a mega opponent, but the problem with the Battle Commander in this challenge is that at any time, Adder can pop out of the woodworks with an anti-air and force a reset, which means I am forced to rely on scouting properly with recons before I can make any progress. In the hard campaign version of this map, Adder begins with 2 pre-deployed cruisers, which can be a little scary, but they are far enough apart to where you can easily take them out individually with Sensei's busted battlecopters. His ability to spawn infantry with his powers is also amazing for speeding up the capture rate of the various islands around the map, and it's quite easy to beat Adder with most of his tested properties with your boosted transports. I realize that pressing forward on land is a bad idea, as it's too risky and I'm just gonna run into some indirects or anti-air. So I instead plonk down 2 medium tanks at a choke point and let Adder run his troops into them while I build up a critical mass of battlecopters and bombers in the north, with the plan being an all-out airborne assault on his HQ. Adder does have some pre-deployed missiles and anti-air posted in various regions of this map, so it's important to rely on recon signals to know where they are so I can put my battlecopters just outside their range. And then with a well-timed CO power, which boosts the firepower of my copters to a ridiculous plus 75%, I swoop in with a huge air force and power drop some infantry near Adder's HQ. Though I underestimate the defenses of his anti-air units, and would probably have lost a unit had the AI not foolishly decided to join them together instead of attacking me. On the last turn, Adder gets a very scary superpower, and I fear he's gonna bring some anti-air up from the woods to kill one of my air units. But luckily, that doesn't happen. However, I reach the HQ and start firing it just in time as Adder begins blasting my soldiers tanks with indirect fire. And on day 22, with 0 losses, I capture Adder's HQ and score a victory for the old man. Up Next is my definite favorite Yellow Comet mission of all time, A Mirror Darkly. On this map, you control Sonya, and you get to mercilessly bully Lash with tons of indirect units as she's trying to force her way through a narrow mountain pass with a huge army. This mission might seem like a free win in a deathless run, but it's still easy to lose a unit if you're careless. You also start with a few units inside the mountain range itself, but those can be easily hidden within forests and should be safe as all of Lash's units are hard-coded to go straight for your HQ. The trick to this map is to know which of Lash's units you have to prioritize. Since you begin with 2 medium tanks, one of which can block your HQ, you can pretty much ignore any unit not capable of
I am
damage
wearing
to
the
it.
strangest combination of items, aren't I?
Tanks as much as possible, but you don't actually need to kill them. As long as they are on 6 HP or below, the AI won't take engagements against your medium tank's properties as it doesn't view it as cost effective, meaning they'll just hang around your HQ without doing anything, letting your own medium tanks take free shots at them. So one thing that playing competitive Advanced Wars has taught me is just how garbage Lash's superpower is. Noobs always think that Prime Tactics is amazing because it doubles defense stars, which just seems crazy good. But compared to other superpowers, it's just incredibly underwhelming. The extra defense is only really felt when Lash is on properties, and there aren't that many of those around, nor does the AI take advantage of it at all. Also, gaining defense stars is a lot worse than passive defense, as terrain stars is reduced by a unit's HP. So unless a Lash unit is on full health, the defense might not even always factor in. It is still a little annoying, as Lash will get some extra movement, but most of the time it's not really a power you need to worry yourself with. Towards the end, it does get a little scary, as Lash absolutely surrounds my HQ, and I'm kind of worried my artillery and rocket might get picked off, but for the most part, they're pretty safe. This mission is always so much fun to play, and I absolutely love it. And turns out it's pretty easy to do Deathless as well, as long as you position Sonya's indirects carefully and don't have them picked off. On day 13, I end the map with 0 losses and get an easy S rank. Man, if only Sonya was this good in competitive Advanced Wars. Up next, we have 3 missions remaining before we unlock the factory level, but we only have to beat 1 of them, so that means we can skip 2. The first one I'm skipping is Showstopper. It's not particularly hard, and I might be able to do it deathless, but it's just an incredibly tedious mission that takes ages to complete, seeing as you have to destroy 8 mini-cannons, and Adam has tons of units hidden in the fog, so I'm just gonna skip that. I'm also not keen on doing foul play, as while it's not an incredibly difficult mission, it does force me to play defense with Sensei against a huge Adder army, and that just doesn't seem very fun when I'm going deathless. So I instead go for Duty and Honor, which features combat with a large free-deployed army attempting to rescue 10 cities from being captured by Adder. This map also features 2 Lancer cannons, which will hinder your progress, but they are only prototypes, meaning they fire every other day, on days 3, 5, 7, etc. So you have to time your advance carefully to avoid getting your units shredded. Taking out the laser cannons is not hard as long as you move your units wisely, but the problem is that when you start approaching the area where your cities are located, Adder has a huge welcoming committee of indirect units ready to greet you, as well as medium tanks and neo tanks. And while the combines units are certainly strong, they're not able to punch through that army fast enough without Adder scoring a kill. So I have to restart. My second attempt goes a little bit better. I'm able to get most of my units close to the bridge, but even as I pop a perfect samurai spirit and spearhead the attack with my medium tank, Adder still has enough focus fire to bring it down, even though it has 60% increased defense. I realize that I'm rushing ahead too quickly, as I have to allow the rest of my army time to catch up, as the only way I'll be able to break through Adder's units is a powerful push supported by rockets. And on my third try, that's exactly what I tried to do, but Adder simply captures my cities before I can get there, so I find myself stuck in this awkward position where I lose if I rush too fast, but I also lose if I go slow. What follows next are several attempts where I'm almost able to make it through every time, but towards the end, I always seems able to pick up a weakened unit, and it is frustrating beyond measure. This mission is simply too tight on time, as there's too many objectives for me to do. I have to divert fire to deal with both laser cannons, and I have to move my medium tanks perfectly ahead to make sure they make it in time, and I also need my rockets to support them if I want to break through Adder's choke point. And if I place even one unit slightly wrong, it gets picked off and I lose. All while I'm pressed for time, as Adder captures my cities incredibly fast thanks to his movement boosting powers. I got mad into this mission. It nearly broke me. I contemplated giving up and trying one of the others. But stubborn as I was, I kept ramming my head into it until something amazing happened. At first, it seemed like a failed attempt, as I wasn't able to kill much of anything with my push, but then I realized that this is exactly what I needed to do. I was so focused on killing stuff that I forgot that sometimes the AI's own massive units can work against it. By intentionally not killing off units, but rather leaving them damaged, I was able to make the AI cluster its weakened units up in such a way that none of them were really able to do anything. And through sheer luck, it seemed, I was able to get an attempt where every single one of my units survived, as Adder was not focus firing them. And due to this, I was finally able to position a medium tank on the city, preventing it from being captured at the very last moment. At this point, the mission was won, and all I had to do was clean up the remainder of Adder's units. I still have no idea how I pulled it off, but on day 14, and with no losses, I was able to claim my victory. Holy shit, what a mission. And finally, we unlocked the Yellow Comet factory level, and let's go with the power team of Konbai and Max. This factory level is interesting because the pipeline is pretty far away from the factory, but it is well protected by several mini-cannons, so it's going to be rough to break through. But what is even more unique about this mission is that 2 out of Adder's 3 factory slots are in the water, meaning they can only produce naval and air units. This is interesting because if you remember how factories work, they assign random AIs to various units, and on day 1, the factory produces a battleship and a transport copter. And while the copter will always move away, the battleship has a small chance of spawning with a passive AI, meaning it pretty much just sits quietly in front of the factory, blocking every single left side spawn for the rest of the map. This alone makes the mission so much more manageable, so I decided to reset until the battleship gets that passive AI, meaning I will have far less units to deal with. And this happens as early as my second try, so I get kinda lucky. Once I've successfully blocked off 1/3 of Adder's factory units, the game plan is to use Konbai's forces in the south to keep the bulk of Adder's forces busy, while Max builds up a critical force of bombers and battlecopters to take down Adder's defenses around the pipeline. However, as I very quickly learned, the margin for error is linear. Annoying movement-boosting powers means his units can often move much farther than expected and take down one of my units, forcing a reset. So I have to be careful, at least with Max. Konbai, on the other hand, is so damn overpowered that none of Adder's units really pose a threat to him at all. I'm even capable of holding his forces off with minimal effort, and even have funds to spare to deploy new naval units to help Max out, which is kind of incredible. In fact, Konbai is so broken on this map that I don't even feel the need to activate Samurai Spirit most of the time. Morale Boost gives me the firepower I need to destroy Adder, so I just pop that over and over again. It's still a risky mission, as Max faces a lot of scary units on his side, like anti-air and fighters spawning from the factory, but eventually I am able to get enough bombers in reach of the pipeline so I can pop Max Blast and move in for the kill. On day 22, and with 0 deaths, I destroy the pipeline and liberate Yellow Comet. From one factory level and straight to another, it's finally time to take on the Blue Moon final mission, Factory Blues. And it's time to show you guys why I held off on clearing this mission for so long. You see, beating the Yellow Comet campaign first allows you to choose Yellow Comet COs for player 2. And since this player starts out with a small pre-deployed army, this allows me to pick Konbai, which will give me a huge boost to my starting strength. And turns out this is very much needed, because this mission is easily the hardest map of this Deathless run so far. Lasha's pipeline is in a very defensible location, and she has a factory churning out ground units at an insane pace. But maybe worst of all is that the map is covered in woods, and Lasha's powers are very well suited for taking advantage of this. For some reason, she actually pops her normal power terrain tactics a lot on this map, which is something she almost never does anywhere else. I have to think that she has some kind of AI, because it happened so many times. This is normally not that big a deal, but on this map, it's an absolute pain to deal with, because every time Lash pops her normal or superpower, her units can move over all terrain at no cost. And this causes reset after reset after reset after reset. In the end, I stopped counting how many times I lost the unit had to restart the map, but it must have been at least 10 times or more. Even with Konbai's insane 30% strong her units protecting the Blue Moon troops. It's just so easy for Lash to wheel around with her fast units and take out a weak infantry or tank. And the factory churns out so many units on hardmode that ambush you that even approaching it will just make you lose instantly. At first, I try out my normal strategy, which involves combi rushing the leftmost airport with Grid setting up a line of artillery. But I quickly learned that Grid is completely useless for this challenge, and Slash can very easily take out his infantry and artillery with her fast recons and uptime. So I decided to give Colin a try instead, with no better luck. I have access to Neo-tanks with Blue Moon, so the idea is that I try to churn them out fast with Colin's deployment production, but the problem is that his other units are just too weak to go through the Slash. While Combi may stave off for a bit, he's not going to hold out forever against Slash's onslaught of Blue tanks and rockets. And the missiles are another huge problem on this map. I really don't want Lash to reach them, as she'll start to shave off HP of Combi's troops, which I really need to be on full health. But trying to seize them for myself is dangerous, as they are incredibly close to Lash's factory. After countless resets and a lot of frustration, I decided to swap out the Blue Moon Seal again, this time to Olaf, as I figured his snow and global damage would be very good at slowing down Lash, which is something I really need for this map. And it works out decently. Winter Fury is very nice on this map, but sadly it's coming often enough to deal with Lash's incredible factory spam. Normally, it's not too hard to outproduce her with a sea of units and eventually block the factory, but in this challenge, infantry walls are just not safe to utilize, and it's incredibly hard to go up against Lash's units without losing any of your own. Attempting to take the western airport, as this is too close to the factory reinforcements, and even combat will be wiped out eventually if they don't have backup. So I have to change up my strategy by sending Combi's units into the middle. And while Combi does his best to keep Lash's forces busy, I can send Olaf's infantry to the east to capture the other neutral airport, which is much farther away from the factory. From here, my plan is to build a bomber and attempt to take out the pipeline before Lash overwhelms me. And this becomes a tight race against the clock, as I have to do a full retreat back to my HQ to avoid having Lash run me over. Just look how many units she ends up getting towards the end. I cannot safely do this. As Olaf's bomber nears the pipeline, I pray to hell that Lash won't deploy an anti-air in her eastern base. But I forget that on day 21, the factory actually produces a fighter unit, which ends up taking out one of my battle holders, forcing a reset. So I have to do the whole thing over again. And this time I still try the same strategy, but at this point I'm starting to really know how to optimize it, so it goes a lot better. Still, to the same. From day 20, Lash starts to seriously overwhelm me with her forces, and I have to do a full-on retreat back to my HQ and mix my units together, hoping that she won't take me out. I am even forced to pop Olaf's Blizzard, as Lash's Prime Tactics is about to come in, which will spell doom for the units I have around my HQ. And I even have to pop Morale Boost with Combine just to make sure his units stay alive, as they are all incredibly low on HP at this point. The bomber gets one shot off the pipeline, and on day 22, with 0 units lost, and Lash actually deploying that anti-air, I get off the second shot and beat the map. This was easily the toughest challenge of this run so far, and I spent several hours with all the attempts combined. But in the end, I was able to beat it. I can only hope the Green Earth missions aren't as bad as this. At long last, it's finally time to embark on the Green Earth campaign, which has some of my favorite missions of all time. I decided to start things out with a classic in Mission 20, Sinking Feeling, which features Jess attempting to sink 9 of Lash's battleships before 17 days are through. This map is interesting as it starts out as a redeployed mission, but there are bases you can capture with units. There is a lab map located on the Western Isles, but it requires you to build a lander to get to it. So I'm going to ignore it, as Green Earth's lab mission is incredibly difficult. Time missions are always a bit tricky in this deathless challenge, since you can't just turtle your way through the missions. But the way I choose to approach it doesn't change drastically from what I usually do. I just have to play it a bit careful. On hard mode, Lab has a pretty scary army heading your way with 2 Neo-tanks in close proximity to one another, so it's important to abuse the AI's move order to ensure the lighter units like tanks and anti-air plug up the space in front of my choke points so I can evade Lash's units in artillery fire. And conveniently, I'm also able to deploy a battleship on day 3 to help me out with this job. With a well-timed overdrive, I'm able to wipe out most of Lash's initial units before her prime tactics can come in. But sadly, I mess up and place an injured medium tank in range of one of her rockets, so I have to reset. set. The second try goes a little bit better, though I take a bit more time with my units, and the clock is ticking down at an alarming rate. I am able to deny Lash's eastern base easily enough, which prevents her from deploying reinforcements, but at this point she's captured an airport and starts producing a lot of battlecopters and eventually bombers, which can be very scary. So I have to produce a cruiser to help keep my battleships safe. The map is definitely all about finding a balance between pushing forward and not being too reckless, as once you get your indirects into position, the battleships will start sinking very quickly. This is exacerbated by the fact that Lash will start joining them together when they are on low health, so it's important to spread your fire out evenly when targeting them to optimize this process. Overall, the mission is not that hard once you get past the initial hurdle. You have a lot more time than you think to sink the battleships, so it's important not to panic even when the days tick down to the single digits. On day 16, and with 0 losses, I clean up the last battleship to claim my victory. Up next, I decide to tackle Drake's Dilemma, one of the weirdest and most broken missions in the game. On this map, you play as Drake, who has his navy surrounded by Hawk in the center of the map, but you do get some assistance from Emperor Convoy down in the south, although I never really find that he does anything. Your objective here is to destroy the 2 black cannons, but the trick is to reach them without being picked off by Hawk's massive army, consisting of tons of artillery and rockets. However, you might be wondering why I say this mission is broken. Well, it's kinda just very strangely coded. Cartol made a video showing off how many weird things you could do here. For one, Hawk does not have an HQ of its own, but even weirder is that the map doesn't end if Hawk conquers Yellow Comet's HQ, and if you manage to take it back, you actually get 2 HQs at once, which is really funny. Furthermore, the AI of Hawk's units are a complete mess. They keep moving back and forth like they're drunk. This entire mission is just a complete trash can, and I have no idea what the devs were even thinking when they made it, but none of that really matters here. My strategy for this mission is quite simple. I move only my battleships down south, using the cover of the reefs to avoid the black cannons and Hawk's rockets. The black cannons are of the sort that only fires every other day, so they shoot on days 1, 3, 5, etc. I can use this to my advantage to get a bit of extra momentum. Hawk has no naval units of his own initially, so the submarines, cruisers, and landers don't really serve much of a purpose at all. I told you this mission was broken, so I just placed them carefully in range of Hawk's rockets to build my power charge. Global damage won't do much against Hawk since he heals it right back up with his powers, but I can still drain his fuel with Tsunami. And since Hawk has so many units forced to travel massive distances and almost no capture properties or APCs, I can ensure most of his army will just be stuck and unable to move after a couple of tsunamis. And that's exactly what happens. His entire army just kind of runs out of fuel and just stands around doing nothing. It's kind of hilarious, really. Combat doesn't even have to do anything. This allows me to cruise behind his black cannons with my battleships, and on day 8, with no losses, I take down one black cannon, then the other, and I win. What an incredibly dumb map. We come to one of my favorite missions of all time. Sea Fortress. On this map, you control a huge free-deployed air force with Eagle, and the objective is to smash 9 minicannons surrounding a giant fortress, but Hawk has prepared for your arrival and deployed tons of anti-air units. This mission may look incredibly challenging to Deathless, but it's actually not as bad as you might think. The first thing I do is to move all my forces forward to meet Hawk's initial air force. In the hard mode version of this map, you actually start with some naval units, and that allows me to load 4 battlecopters into the cruisers in order to protect them from Hawk's global damage. It's not much, but every little bit helps. Dealing with Hawk's initial units is simple as long as you try to take effective engagements. Even with minus 30% firepower, Eagle's cruisers do really well against Hawk's fighters since they take 0 damage back. And generally speaking, you want to ensure that every engagement you make are with units capable of being retaliated on, such as your fighters against Hawk's battlecopters. Once you take down all of his fighters, you can use your own bombers to shield your remaining units from Hawk's battlecopters, as they can't target them. You will of course inevitably face a black storm. There's nothing you can do about this. Around 4 HP of global damage will be dealt to your army over the course of this battle, and you just kinda have to prove through. Though you can take your time and move slowly into position, and that's exactly what I do as I bring my battleship to siege the frontal minicannons. Eagle's ships are awful, and even more so when they're down. damage, but they still destroy the minicannons in 4 shots, so I can take down a good chunk of them while the rest of my Air Force prepares for a lightning strike. Eagle's reduced fuel consumption is actually amazing here. Normally, it's a part of his day-to-day that you tend to completely overlook, but burning 2 less units of fuel per day on your fighters and bombers buys you so much more time in a mission like this. I would say it would be impossible to do for any other CL. Once I take down the frontal minicannons, I have to bait Hawk's remaining cruisers, and this proves challenging since he has missiles everywhere. But there is a type of unit he does not have, and those are rockets. So I start by bringing my cruiser in to block his, and thus I can move my bombers into such a position where they can destroy the cruisers without taking damage. I actually start to run dangerously low on fuel towards the end of the mission, so I end up combining a few of my bombers together to create full health ones, as that allows me fresh bombers that can one-shot the minicannons. And once all my forces are finally in position, I attack with everything I have. I nearly take out every single minicannon without even having to pop lightning strike, but one remains, so I have to activate it. But I'm still pretty happy with how this mission turns out. On day 17, with 0 losses, I eliminate the final minicannon and claim my victory. Amusingly, this turned out to be one of the easiest missions of the challenge. It just took a long time to pull off. 3 missions remaining, we can now pick one of them to unlock the final factory mission. I'm deciding to skip to the rescue since it features Eagle having to save a small force led by Sammy who's surrounded by a massive army with 4 laser cannons on all sides, so yeah, screw that. The second mission I'm putting the skips on is Rain of Fire. This mission isn't particularly difficult, I just think it's incredibly boring. I hate volcano maps, so that means the only natural choice left is Navy versus Air. And this is a mission I really like, at least in theory. On this map you control Drake, and you're forced to use naval units against Hawk's superior air force. And this is a pretty damn cool concept that I can really get behind. I'm a sucker for naval units, and I think it's a cool idea that you have to fight at such a massive disadvantage, since air units are pretty much superior in every way. The issue I have with this map is that you can just attack via the landmass in the center, eliminating the need for naval units altogether. It would have been so much better if this was an island map without airports. However, I'm still going to play this map as it was intended, focusing heavily on naval units to dominate. Not because I want a meme, but because it's actually the best way to approach this map. Hawk has a very scary air force coming at you right away, consisting of several bombers and battlecopters. And cruisers are not very good at dealing with air units. Even when I place them on harbors, a Hawk bomber and battlecopter can still take a single cruiser out, even with Drake's boosted defense. Seriously, who thought it was a good idea to nerf his ship's defenses down to 20% in advanced force view? Stealing naval commander is an already bad one. Take a few tries to perfect the opener of this map, utilizing my anti-air and missiles to the best of my ability, and it's actually pretty hard to pull this off without losing a single unit. Finally, after several defeats, I'm able to come up with a strategy that just barely saves me from losing a unit. And after that, the map kind of slows to a crawl. Hawk doesn't have much in the way of income or bases, so after his initial air units are gone, this becomes a very stally match. There are lots of missile silos spread around the map, which I can use to slow his capture game, making it impossible for him to claim any properties of note. At this point, I am free to advance through the map and build up a critical force of battleships and cruisers supported by a ground army, and I'm able to lock down most of his airports. The only one I can't reach is the northern one, as Hawk often has several bombers there. But I don't really need to worry about it. As long as my cruisers are on the edge of their range, they can usually take them out just fine. I also make sure to always pop my Typhoon after Hawk is done popping his Black Storm, so I at least get some benefit out of the power. And slowly, but surely, I wear down Hawk's defenses and go for his HQ. On day 26, with 0 losses, I capture it to claim my victory, and score a perfect 300-point S rank. Blow me down? What the fuck, Drake?
What?
At long last, it is time for the grand finale of the Green Earth campaign, Great Sea Battle. In this mission, you can pick 3 COs against Hawk, and I decided to go with Drake, Isami, and Sensei. I'll explain why in a bit. This is an absolutely massive map, mostly filled with water, but Hawk has a ton of black cannons and mini cannons everywhere, which makes it hard to move around. His factory is far out of the way, but it spawns some absolutely terrifying units, and trying to overpower him conventionally is not a viable strategy. Luckily, his southern pipeline is quite isolated, and the mission of the Yellow Comet CO is to break it with rockets, while the other 2 attempts to hold off Hawk as long as possible. The reason why I picked Drake is because fuel draining is insane on this map. It is so big, and Hawk has tons of air units, which are at the risk of crashing. And furthermore, there is a huge error with the AI script when it comes to APCs and refueling. You see, the AI is coded to move its transports last, but if a unit is low on fuel, the AI will place them adjacent to an APC to refuel them, only to have the APC move away from those units in the same turn. This means that Hawk's fighters and bombers are stuck attempting to follow his own APCs around to no avail, resulting in a lot of them crashing, which is why Drake is so good on this map. His global damage is once again eliminated by Hawk's own powers, but draining half the fuel of every single unit on the map will result in a lot of Hawk's units being forced to move back and forth and eventually crashing, which eases the pressure on Sami and Drake. My reason for picking Sami as the Orange Star CO is simple. I'll mostly be using infantry and indirect to hold up Hawk's units, and I also find it nice that his Black Wave can't interrupt her captures, so I figured she was the best choice. As for my choice of Sensei for Yellow Comet, his improved transport range means he can more easily reach the Eastern Island with his lander, which will allow me to capture the base and build a rocket faster. As the map starts, I play like I always do. Drake's job is to get some ships out and fire a missile at the mechs on the Eastern Island, delaying its capture of the base. Meanwhile, Sami just captures properties and builds up a force of indirect units, while Sensei uses his lander to transport his infantry directly to the Eastern Island. I got very lucky on my first attempt, as Hawk's two initial factory bombers gets assigned the guard AI, meaning they just follow his infantry around as they capture properties. This makes the map a lot easier, as when the bombers charge directly at you, it can be very tough to deal with them. This buys me a lot of time to prepare my defenses as Sensei's infantry lands on the eastern shores. I start to think that the mission will be an absolute cakewalk, but I forget that I also have to defeat the southern Black Cannon before I can advance on the pipeline. With Sensei's minus 10% firepower, this means his rockets take the cannon down in 3 shots as opposed to 2, meaning I have to spend a lot more time. And Hawk's units are starting to amass around his northern Black Cannon to a scary degree. As Drake's battleship starts to arrive, I'm able to lay down some covering fire to help Sami out. But Hawk's units are
They
still
got a
building up by
fisherman
the day,
because of
and
the
I'm starting
barrel.
to wonder if I'm doing it all right. The first tsunami comes in and it's absolutely devastating, leading 2 of Hawk's bombers to crash. He is, of course, able to heal the damage right back up with a Black Wave, but the fuel drain was the whole reason I picked Drake to begin with. I do have to reset the map a couple of times, as Hawk is able to pick up enemy units here and there. It is extremely tough to have to constantly check the ranges of all of his units, including a bunch of Black Cannons, and I find myself getting fatigued doing this for extended periods of time, forcing me to take some breaks. I launched every missile
I thought there was a leather worker.
to slow them down, but it's simply not enough. I am on the clock, and I need to hurry up. As Hawk starts to send fighters my way, I realize that my battle bombers are in danger, and for the second time in this challenge, I utilize the cruiser's ability to load them in, hiding them from their range. Even so, I realize that it's only going to be a matter of time before
There's
I
a
lose
leather
the
worker
unit.
house.
It matters worse, Hawk is now sending bombers towards Sensei, and with his minus 10% firepower and anti-air, you really struggle going up against them. As I finally begin to lay siege to the minicannon in Hawk's pipeline, the absolute worst thing imaginable happens, as his factory spawns out a pair of rockets capable of shooting the turn they come out, and thus he manages to take out one of my infantry in their range. I actually shut down my emulator in frustration when this happened, which is why the clip ends so abruptly. But I'm not about to give up yet. I start over again, this time determined to not make any stupid mistakes, and I stay the course all the way to the end, where I manage to get my rockets in range of Hawk's pipeline, and on day 18, with 0 losses, I finally blast it open to claim my victory. That was a lot harder than I thought it would be.
I forgot my books. Then let's just make one right now. I conveniently have all the materials.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've nearly reached the end of this challenge, and with only 2 missions left, this is the one that I've been playing since the start. Mission 25, Hot Pursuit. For this map, we can select 3 COs, and there's no doubt who I'm going for here. Combine, Olaf, and Drake. Maximum global damage cheese initiated. In this map, you have to destroy 3 Black Cannons, but guarding them is a huge pre-deployed force led by none other than Sturm himself. He is absolutely ridiculous in Boss Wars 2. His units can move perfectly through terrain, and they have 20% extra firepower and defense. His meteor strike is also incredibly deadly in a challenge like this, as it deals 8 damage to units in a blob, making it very easy for me to have them picked off. For this challenge, knowing how the meteor works is essential, and I made an entire video explaining it if you want to check it out. To quickly summarize it, there are 3 different meteors which can spawn. There's an HP meteor, a
I
value
now
meteor,
officially
and a
have
direct
mending
meteor.
on
The HP
everything.
meteor just cares about doing HP damage. It doesn't care about the value of units it
Let's
hits. The value
go.
meteor wants to try and destroy as much combined funds as possible, while the indirect meteor does the same, but it treats all indirect units as being worth twice the value. I already have a plan in mind to manipulate the meteor, which you'll see later. This mission is incredibly rough because Sturm's forces will hit you extremely hard, and the player in the center is the one who has to do the heavy lifting, which is why Combi is so amazing for this job. On properties, his units have an astounding 60% increased defense, which means even his infantry can tank Sturm's neotanks. The job of Olaf and Drake is to try and hold out against Sturm's flank and eventually build up enough power charge to hit him with a double global superpower, taking away 4 HP from his entire army, at which point the rest of the mission should be more manageable. But the trouble is getting there. Due to his ability to move through terrain, Sturm's forces will be upon you much quicker than you might think in this mission. But I discovered that just like in Advanced Force 1, it is possible to use Sturm's own massive units against him. By just constantly reinforcing and joining Combi's units together on the front lines, I'm able to bunch up Sturm's units to the center.
How do I deal with the fear that I have? Because I
effectively rendering them useless.
need blaze powders. Getting potions, having potions brewable is far too important.
As Sturm does not start with a single base under his control. As long as you can prevent him from taking one,
I'll worry about it
every unit
tomorrow.
you destroy is gone permanently. Effectively meaning you have to stall your way to victory. One of the many things I do to slow Sturm down is to use a transport copter on Olaf's side to draw his forces onto the small hop island. But this only gets me around 1 to 2 extra turns, as Sturm's battleships and cruiser are fast approaching. Over on Drake's side, I have to deal with a very scary medium tank coming in to threaten my initial forces. And soon enough, I will have to completely evacuate my base